Good morning, everyone. My name is Fabio Bianco. I'm the Scientific Director of Bio for Dreams. And alongside with our fellow colleagues from JJ Innovation, Janssen, Italy, Illumina, and the Federated Innovation at Mind, we are very happy to welcome you here today. So thank you for being here in present, but also thank you to the people that are connected remotely to this first workshop dedicated to exploring opportunities in the Italian life science scenario. Before we kick off the day, we'd like to show you a video for the reason why we think this is the right time to do such a meeting here in Italy. This video was kindly provided by the Human Technopole and by the Ministry of International Affairs. So I'd like to show you that as a starting point for our day. So enjoy the whole day and thank you very much for being here.
There are many ways to do something, at least as many as there are cultures. In Italy, we have our way. We believe that improving people's health is an art which needs continuous research, passion, different shades and attention to details. And to do this, it is not enough to put all your energy into the field. We have always sought the right ingredients, the right tools, and only at that point we pass on the recipe. This is how we attracted the new generations and forged their talent. Because being part of the tradition is a little bit like feeling at home. Our land is fertile, and every furrow is traced by centuries of knowledge. A road on which travels the rounded flavour of education, capable of changing people's lives. Today, we know that research is made of small details, and that even a single line can make a difference. Because innovation is addressed to where every day. And this is how we are building life science in Italy. We regenerated the space dedicated to Milan Expo 2015 into MIND, Milano Innovation District. Inside MIND, as the beating heart of Italian life science, rises Human Technopole, a world-class integrated research infrastructure. Born to enhance, connect, and support the life science supply chain. That's our way to do life science here, where you will always be welcomed. Life science, the Italian way.
We have taken the chance to partner with the public authority and really develop the Milan Innovation District. So we are the developer, investor, and operator that is actually creating and helping to create this vision of a place that is part of a network and wants to be relevant globally for the innovations and life science. Why is so nice to be here today? Because I think that we are well before you see a lot of the construction finished. You see it's still ongoing. We've got a very fast hospital that came out. You have seen Human Technopole. There will be a large university with 20,000 students. There will be many companies, many of your colleagues and many of you are going to be here. what we see today is an ecosystem in action. That's what we want to build. That's what we always wanted to build. Our role as a developer is to provide the infrastructure for this ecosystem to happen. And I think in the world we live, connections, collaborations are fundamental. So we want to create the right environment for these connections and collaborations to happen. We'll build the infrastructure to support the vision of the people that are going to innovate the world. It's so important today that collaboration is really at the heart of what we're trying to achieve here. And acceleration and speed. And the beauty of having a public-private partnership is having access to public and access to private and help the system to collaborate. And we'll hear in the next group of speakers as well some of the initiatives that we have launched here. I think it's important also to understand that, you know, we're all in a world where fundamentally we're trying to enhance the human life as well. This project is a laboratory for this in many ways. You know, it's a laboratory for some of the life sciences explorations and future opportunity. It is a laboratory because we are creating a city that is trying to interpret how life can be better. You know, we have a very strong target of zero carbon. We are integrating this in not only in the built environment, but everything we do. So how do we actually create a place or a way of working, a way of living that can be sustainable? I think the mission and the integration of the objective is going to be important, but ultimately we're all looking to create a better human life. So that's the alignment that I think it's here and is actually starting here. I'll just finish to say that it's such an important race, I think, in the world about innovations and life science. And we are starting to believe that in this case, size matters. So we are creating a very large project. We have committed additional investment to actually work with many of you to go around Europe and actually build other nodes of a network that can actually be collaborative. I think it's important we create the largest network of initiatives like Mind possible. We want to connect Mind to as many places, as many research places, as many innovation places as possible existing. And we are happy to contribute to build a stronger network. I think this is actually going to change the world dynamic. You know, Europe is great in many ways. Italy is phenomenal in many ways. And we are an Australian company, so we are investing in Italy because what you see in the video, we really and truly believed in. But it's important we become relevant globally. And in order to do that, we need to collaborate. We need to create a network of places and ecosystems like this that wants to work together. So it's great to see an ecosystem in action. Thank you very much for this great event. You know, Bio for Dreams, you know, first mover, first friends in this ecosystem. So I'm very grateful for this day. So I open the work officially and have a good day. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. I think that the key word is connection and collaboration. If we think that the model is the US for life science and for biotech, what we should learn from that model is collaboration and partnership from the very beginning between all the players, private and public. This is very important because many PI in the US has funded free for biotech. They have the possibility to better pitch their science. And I think copy-paste that model will be the successful way to do things here in Italy. So thank you. And I want to leave you with this message. I want to switch on a light on life science ecosystem in Italy today. And everybody will say, oh, I should come back and have a look better on what's going on in Italy. So enjoy the event.
Thank you very much. So I ask Marco Venturelli, as the moderator of the first session, along with his guest, to come on stage. Thank you very much.
Is it working? Okay. So, good morning to the Lord audience in presence and virtual that is following this event. And thank you from my side to Bio4Dreams, Johnson & Johnson, Janssen, Illumina, and Federated Innovation to make this happen. My name is Marco Venturelli, and I'm part of the Federated Innovation at Mind as ambassador for the thematic area Life Sciences and Healthcare. As you've heard, there is something new in Milan that matters to all entrepreneurs and startups. Federated is an innovative public-private collaboration model that aims to guide and coordinate the process of creating innovation in the context of Mind, the innovation district that is growing here in the former Expo area. Mind is actively participated by some public entities called the anchors. Some of them are present today, and you will hear also their point of view on the innovation, such as the State University of Milan, the Galeazzi Orthopedic Institute, Human Technopole Foundation, and Triulza Foundation. The task of Mind Public Anchors is to foster connection between researchers and innovators, and with the industrial world and local communities. Federated Innovation at Mind was born in February 2021 with the mission of aggregated public entities and private companies in a virtuous and collaborative environment to accelerate the translation of ideas into new products, processes, and services in the subject of future health and city of the future that contribute to the economic renaissance of Italy. I'm glad to be part of this exploring opportunities in the Italian landscape of innovation, and I'm honored to moderate the topic about the Italian landscape of innovation today. With me, Paolo Bonaretti, experienced CEO and General Director with a demonstrated history of working with the public sector and industry, with a strong business development professional background focused on innovation in energy, efficiency, pharmaceutical, and agri-food sector. Very recently appointed to board member of the EMEA Tech and Biomedical board. From his position, he will tell us everything about Italian innovation. I welcome as well Enrico Noseda, growth and go-to-market expert in the digital industry with a strong consumer marketing background. He spent 10 years with Skype since the early days, responsible for EMEA go-to-market strategies during the hyper-growth phase, head of global business development after the Microsoft acquisition, helped drive growth with 50 million to over 1 billion registered users. Currently, he is Chief Innovation Advisor at Cariplo Factory, a player in the Mind area and within the Federated Innovation. He will tell us everything about opportunities for funding innovation in Italy. So we start with Paolo. Last year, many of you know, was a record for the Italian innovation ecosystem. Startups, scale-ups, where venture capital invested over 1 billion. So we passed the psychological threshold of 1 billion. Someone says 1.2, 1.4, depending on the way they measure. According to Este Young Venture Capital Barometer and an analysis by Monica D'Ascenso on Sole 24 Ore, during 2021, 334 transactions were carried out for a total of 1.2 billion euros, 118% more if compared to the previous year. So despite the impact of the COVID situation, the slowdown of economy, this area has grown really dramatically fast in the period. At this point, we think that having passed the threshold of the 1 billion, we enter to play in the European Championship, and the Italian innovation system has the right to be part. What is interesting in the study is that rounds with investment bigger than 20 million euros have more than doubled compared to the previous years. So there were 12 rounds for a total of 657 million invested in 2021 compared to only, let's say, 245 million. The analysis highlighted a significant increase in the number of deals of company in the pre-seed and the seed phase from 53 in 2020 to 233. Also noteworthy is the increase in rounds in the late venture capital phase and growth equity that far exceeded the historical average and testify to a significant maturation of startups. Of course, we know the numbers are far from what is happening in Germany and in other European markets, but we think that this is a good basis. So I would like to ask Paolo, this year was a record one for the Italian system. What are, from your point of view, the opportunities that Italy could leverage to further reduce the gap with the rest of Europe?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And the problem of Italy is historically a problem of coordination and a problem of fragmentation. We have a lot of good researchers. We have a lot of good center of research that are producing with a very high productivity of publication, and in the indexes of publication and citation at international level for researchers and for euros spent in research for many years. For instance, in 2020, we were the first in the world for productivity in this way. We have a lot of clinical center with a very, very high level of quality, but we have not coordination. And for the international, for multinational, for pharmaceutical industries, for biotechnology industry, it's very difficult to understand what is happening on the ground in research and in the development of research in Italy. And so, and we have a lot of organization of technology transfer at regional level, at local level, private, public, but with a very low level of coordination and a low level of standardization. Now, in this 2-3 years, we are changing this landscape, and our focus is not to create new point of research and so on, but a lot of efforts are pointed out in coordination, in creating a critical mass bigger than the previous mass, and to create networking, coordination through hubs in different sectors. For instance, in technology transfer. In technology transfer in life science, the Ministry of Health is pushing for a network of technology transfer that could be involved all the clinical centers, universities, and regional technology transfer centers. This is the main aim of the PNRR, and in the field of research, in the field of economic development, in the field of health. In fact, the government created a group of coordination between the Ministry of Research, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Economic Development, devoted to coordinate all actions in the field of research, innovation, and technology transfer. And this is the first time in Italy in which 3 different ministers have a group for coordinating all the policies in this specific field. And this the second point is as you can see the creation of different centers that are putting together the best experience in research in different fields. For instance, there is a center in for a platform of mRNA technologies and advanced therapies. Another centers of quantum computing and high performance computing that have specific pillars on the health system. And another center on biodiversity. So that is another important point for Italy and for health system. But I wanted to underline, because I have only 5 minutes, that we have another big, strong point in Italy that was not exploited in the past. And in Italy, we have a national health service that is universal. And a universal health service means that we potentially can use the data of all the citizens in Italy. Potentially. Because but also in this field, we are strongly go on. The new Center for Quantum Computing at HPC will be the leader of a group for the creating of a data lake of data on research on health and life science. And the Ministry of Health is coordinating a predictive system that will be working with all the data of the regions, and was created a specific group for to standardize all the collection of data of all the region, with obviously the format of fair data. And next time I can discuss about this. The effort is on coordination and on creating critical mass and investing on the best performance in the field of research in Italy, and the best structure at the local level, at national level, creating critical mass. Mind is one of the most important example in creating a critical mass in the field of life science. We hope so in the future.
So thank you, Paolo. We understand then that the Italian government is strongly trying to create this coordinated environment and to build champions or critical mass area in order to exploit the full potential of public data that are available. I've met already before and are in front of me big investors that are participating to this event. We have others that are also virtually connected. So I take the opportunity to ask Enrico, that had the experience of a great project like the Skype one, to ask, now that the Italian system is showing more and more signs of opportunities. What has changed in the recent years? How Italian startups and scale-ups can take advantage of the positive momentum and attract more funds and more resources from the venture capital in general source?
Thank you, Marco. I wanted to take the opportunity also to complete the picture you were giving about the Italian venture capital landscape. I think it's important to understand where Italy sits compared to other regions in Europe. I think the glass is half full, or it's getting filled up, let's say. For the time being, it's definitely half full. So Italy is the fourth economy in Europe, but it's only 12th for VC investments. So there is indeed a huge gap that needs to be covered there. If you look about investments in a time frame, we have a 4 years gap versus Spain, 7 years gap versus France. So today the venture capital market in Italy is about 1/3 the one of Spain, and this clearly doesn't make sense. And it's about 1/10, a little bit less probably, a little bit more compared to France, and very far away if you want to compare to Germany or to the UK. The good news, like Marco was saying, is that it's improving, it's changing, is almost doubling year over year. I know when we started with Cariplo Factory, supporting corporates on innovation and startups with acceleration programs, I remember it was about 5 years ago, and I remember the venture capital market was 140 million, so a drop in the ocean. It was lagging very far behind any other country in Europe. And I remember at the time Spain was 400, so it was more than double, almost triple compared to Italy. So the market is growing, which is great news. And how is the market growing? If we analyze the three main elements of the venture capital market, we can see that we have investment from formal actors like venture capital firms, typically, or government funds. This is about 1/3 of the total, is a little bit more than that, and keeps growing. Two very relevant elements are investment from informal actors. And I include in this category family offices, club deals, and angel networks, and equity crowdfunding. This is responsible for another 500 million euros in 2021. I think this is the very important news, because we are talking about the wealth in Italy. We know this is a wealthy country. In particular, there's high net worth individuals and family offices with lots of wealth that can be redistributed, and those investments can move from traditional assets to the startup scene. So there is indeed a big opportunity there. And back to your question, if I were a startup or a scale-up today, I would look into this with a lot of interest. So the market is not only venture capitals, it's also high net worth individual, angel investors, family offices. This is very strong in Italy. It's a pool as large as a traditional venture capital. So important element there. The third component to the funding is actually coming from international funds. This is more than doubling 2020 to 2021 to 435 million euros. And this is mainly coming from United States. 75% of these investments come from the US. Why do I see this as another very important news for the country and for the development of the ecosystem? Because for once, finally, Italian startups and Italian talent are becoming increasingly interesting for foreign investors. It's really important. This is a trend that doesn't stop. When foreign investors see the opportunity of relevant startup or relevant talent in the country, and at a much cheaper valuation compared to similar startups back in the US, this is a trend that will continue. I'm pretty sure we will see a huge improvement, a huge increment of the funding coming from international venture capital funds in the coming years. One example of this is actually the very recent launch a couple of weeks ago of Berkeley Skydeck, one of the most relevant accelerator in the world, that is landing in Europe and actually is landing here in the Milan area via a partnership with Caripro Factory and Lend-Lease to accelerate European startups and bring them to Milan and invest into these startups. Again, this is another super important example of a clear movement from, again, international investors looking to our country. If I were a startup or a scale-up today, I would definitely continue looking into the VC arena. We have some very relevant VCs that are getting bigger and bigger, in launching more funds and increasing the size of their funds. As I said before, I wouldn't ignore family offices and angel investment and club deal groups where lots of wealth is, and definitely keep an eye on international investors. Italian startups are becoming relevant in the international landscape.
Thank you, Enrico. So you confirm from your point of view that the positive momentum of the Italian innovation system is there. Moreover, I would like to remind that from a government point of view, another 2 billion have been included into the National Innovation Fund. So at this point, as Paolo has a really good perspective of what is happening at the Italian government. What, Paolo, you would suggest to the Italian government to do in order to keep this good momentum and make sure that these big resources that are going to be available for the innovation in Italy will really generate a positive multiplier of private investments?
But in Italy, the most important goal is to create a very good ecosystem, because we have not very big firms or we are not a very big center of research and so on. Now we have to create critical mass, but also not stupid critical mass, but critical masses that are able to interact and are able to create interaction between the different actors and the different microsystems that are operating in this field. And this is the most important objective of the government. For instance, EMEA Tech and Biomedical, the new foundation that is established, has about $1 million to invest in the field of life science, billion to invest in life science. But the most important goal of EMEA Tech is to spend the billion to create an ecosystem. As you probably know, in Italy, we had a very uncertainty for enterprises in the past. This uncertainty is about regulations that are changing, the intensity of state aid that are changing, the intensity of the tax credit for enterprises that are investing in research that is changing every year. Now we have a body that is able to create a link with enterprises to overcome in all this field of regulation, authorization, and in this field. We need to go on over the fragmentation. This is the most important point for the government, because in Italy, the lack of culture is about common goods. For instance, Mind, Toscana Life Science, Bio for Dreams are working about common goods that are not public goods, that are not private goods, but are goods that are able to support an ecosystem. And we have no culture in Italy for this, and all the effort that we are putting in this field of life science and research in life science in this moment, in these years, is to create a good environment in which public goods, common goods, can support the development of enterprises, startups, and could create a good environment for investment of all the actors, not only traditional venture capital, that are able to invest in this field.
Thank you, Paolo. So let me ask Enrico, as you are today also leading Cariplo factory here in the Mind and the Federated Innovation experience as a catalyst. So how you facilitate and what it is needed to facilitate the creation of this identification of the common good, collaboration. We've heard already in the introduction this word cooperation to make then really this environment flourish and have these small entities to generate a big entity that is able to move together. What is the most recent experience here in this area?
Thank you again, Marco. I think this is a very good question. I believe in my experience there is a crucial role corporates can play in the development of startups, and I see that everywhere, but in particular here with the experience we had in the last few years. Corporations can definitely support startups. You know, the typical corporation has a lot of resources, processes, money, talent, but typically they are tangled by bureaucratic processes sometimes, and they can be slow movers on the market. So they're not that good to take advantage of the rapid changes in the environment in their industry. And very often they see smaller players, small, dynamic, lean startups who suddenly grow very rapidly, disrupting, like we say, their industry. And that's where I think that pulling together the two of them and helping a cooperation between the large animal and the smaller, dynamic, younger animal is the key to success for both and for the market. Is a key to success to the large corporate who can suddenly learn thinking like a startup, learn how to approach the market differently. And is an amazing key to success for the smaller startup who can take advantage of the large resources provided by the corporate. I have to tell you, this is not an easy task, because I often use the metaphor of the different animals, because when you close in the same cage two animals that are so different one from another, they often start fighting. It's complicated to have startups cooperate with corporations. It's not easy. You definitely need to work with them day by day. What the corporates need to do is they need to put a big effort to avoid to strangle the startup with their processes and their approach to the market that is totally different to the one of the startup. We have seen in this 6 years of operation as Cariplo Factory, the market changing dramatically. Corporates a few years ago were approaching the so-called open innovation mainly as a marketing tool. Hey, I'm talking to the market and I'm saying I cooperate with startups. I'm launching a call for startup just for the sake of it, just to get the headline on some whatever social media. Now the market has changed a lot. Now there are more and more corporations who come to us asking for a real help to cooperate with startups. It's not just to say, I want to cooperate with startups. It's really to get help changing the culture of the corporation and launching products and services more rapidly. And hence, I have to say this cooperation is starting to produce concrete results. We have many examples of large corporations who are launching new products and services, thinking and operating like startups with autonomous entities who can achieve results in a much faster way. And we have lots of examples coming back to the startup side of startups who are taking money, investment, opportunity to go to market from large corporations. I do think corporates can bring a real change to the startup world. And as I explained, it's not only a matter of investment. Of course, money is always important, is always relevant for startups, but where corporates can really make a change is helping startups with the scale up, with the internationalization, helping startups go abroad and become bigger and turn into scale up. I think this is a weakness area for the startup in the local environment. I see a ton of startups. I have to say, tech-wise, we're second to none. I think Italy is super strong on tech. Where startups are often missing something is their ability to go to market. So you see this bunch of technicians who know everything about their market. They built this extremely interesting technology, but they don't know how to bring it to market. And that's where corporate can help.
Thank you, Enrico. Before going to a close, let me check if in the audience there is the interest for any question. If you would like to ask.
Marco, there's a quick question for you from
thank
the,
you.
From the audience. Actually, it's a question for Dr. Bonaretti, so I'm giving it to you to read.
So there is a question for Paolo. The government has done a lot in Italy. This question says, but there is still a lot to do. The tax credit on research and development at 10%, not reimbursement, and the technological transfer is still an administrative task. Without a reform of these themes, research cannot grow, and the startup would be always disadvantaged versus the foreigner competitors. What do you think about this topic, Paolo, about the tax credit and the easiness in certain markets? I always, compare myself with France, for example, where it is quite easy to have this tax credit on the investment in people in research or something like that. What you would say?
Yes. But we have a problem about tax credit for innovative startups that now is worse than the other year, because in the precedent year it was about 50% for innovative startup, and now is compared as the big firm. We hope we can change this point in the new balance law in December. For technology transfer, I've said that in the field of life science, the public sector, especially all, not only public, but public and private sector that is involved in the national health system could take advantage from a network of all the actors for technology transfer, and so to favor also the relations with startup and with investors that are able to invest in this field. As you know, there is also to change the law on professor privilege. That is a law that is not fair, and it risks to stop all the initiatives that are starting from universities.
Thank you, Paolo. And so, just a final quick answer. We have seen that the Italian innovation system has grown dramatically importantly, despite all the challenges from COVID and the economic area. Would you see the uncertainty that we are unfortunately in now, economic and the war risk, etc., something that could accelerate, slow down, or change this pattern?
Historically, slow down in the first time, and then dramatically growth. So we hope the slowdown is the shorter as possible.
Thank you. Enrico?
Well, uncertain situations are, in my opinion, are never good for the markets. In particular, we were talking about high net worth individuals that are less likely to take more risks in an uncertain scenario. So it might have an impact on the funds startups will be able to raise in the near future.
Okay, so thank you very much for your participation to this very interesting session, and I give back to Fabio.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, Marco. And so I call on Marcella to come on with the stage with her guest for the next session. Just a couple of words. For technical reasons, we're not having a break now or coffee breaks because of the people connected, but you're welcome to take any drinks outside anytime you want during the session.
So we have seen that in terms of incentives and funding opportunities, something is really changing here in Italy. But the other ingredient to be successful will be the outstanding science. So here we have a few cherry picked up from the Center of Excellence about research or clinical research that represent all the system of Italy, but others are sitting here within the audience. So I would like to ask to Professor Gustincich from the Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia, how is the model that they are implementing about technology transfer? Because I personally attended an event moderated by Ambrosetti, and I think that this is a good way to leverage on the network of the think tank to attract investor and potential industrial partner, and how this model is working, and which is the impact that the Istituto Italiano of Technology is expecting from this kind of collaboration.
Thanks for the kind invitation. So let me say first that we historically are known for robotics, for ICAB, and actually we invented ICAB, is now the scientific director of IIT, Giorgio Metta. But some years ago, with a strategic plan 2018-2023, we made a choice to invest in technologies for healthcare and biotech, particularly starting a program in RNA technologies. Actually, it was interesting because it was 3 years earlier than the frenzy of the mRNA vaccine comes of age. And at the same time, also, we realized that, you know, it's a parallel with Bell Laboratories, in which every research had to be connected with data transmission. And we realized that it was working in robotics, computational sciences, and nanomaterials, were actually making creating technological transfer opportunities in healthcare. Think about robotics, rehabilitation robotics. We had Movendo, or the huge partnership with Inail. On the other hand, you know, we have robotics for surgery, or robotics or diagnostic robotics for, you know, to interact with autistic children. So then clearly this led us to invest and to create also a series of partnership and networks in Italy and abroad on these topics. On one hand, and in this scenario, actually the partnership with Ambrosetti has been very important, because you have an immediate access to the best stakeholder in the country, and so to let yourself known about what's going on in your research. On the other hand, this also allowed us a series of meetings with you know, the most important venture partners in Italy. We made something like 10 meetings in which we presented our science with larger TRL. And this has been successful because, for instance, only in 2021, we incorporated 4 new startups that raised almost 30 million euros. And in different types of research of science, from in new drugs for children with neurodevelopmental disorders, or new devices for recordings of large number of neurons for screening for drugs in vitro and in vivo, and so on and so on. On the other hand, also, Ambrosetti allow us also to have access to data, because I think it's very, very important what we are doing, collecting data about the state of the art of biotech and genomics in Italy. So what are strengths, what are the weakness, where we have to invest, what we have to get better. And actually, I found very interesting the previous talks, because, for instance, the interaction with the healthcare system is crucial. You know, we want to develop devices for the healthcare system. We have, you know, all the possible professional scientists of different types, but we don't have medical doctors at IIT. So really interacting with a healthcare professional is fundamental. And because, you know, we cannot leave a scientist to develop a device for 4 or 5 years, then goes out of the office and starts. Are these devices really important? Are they economically sustainable? Is there a market there? So we need to interact with a developmental process at the beginning. So it must be co-design. In order to co-design, clearly you have to ask to the professionals. And so from this point of view, we have created a series of joint labs. For instance, one is the new Center of Human Technologies in Erzelli, where we interact with the healthcare system in Liguria, particularly with John Lab, with Gaslini in San Martino. And on the other hand, we also started a project, a program in Valle d'Aosta, the 5,000 genomes in Valle d'Aosta, that is very, for us, is very challenging and interesting, because you have the opportunity to face globally the problem of putting genomics at the core of precision medicine in an hospital. And of this point of view, actually, we were very grateful to Bonaretti because they hosted one event in Aosta a couple of months ago. It was very interesting to present the project that goes from electronic medical records, where you have clinical data and genomics data that are searchable, that are not in a PDF. Okay. At the same time, you have also the entire process from the biopsies, sequencing, at the same from you have sample preparation, biobank, digitalization of immunohistochemistry data from biopsies of cancer patients, and then goes back with bioinformatics analysis. You go back to the doctor and you create a medical cancer board or a genomics board to interpret data. So we are very grateful, and Bonaretti was very kind. And I agree that the landscape is really changed with respect to what was 5 years ago. Thanks.
So thank you. Moving from Liguria to Tuscany, I would like to ask Andrea, that is representing Tuscany Life Science District, that has been founded in 2004 behind the vision of a partnership, public and private, around a specific expertise of territory of Siena about life science. So which cases you can present to the audience that are successful and related to this vision of partnership, public-private, that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to tell you about our history. That was, it started 15 years ago. And our foundation is a non-for-profit foundation. This means that we have a public goal, but also we need to build that ecosystem in order to foster collaboration between public and private interests. So basically we have three different areas of activities. The first one, we run a bioincubator in Siena, where we host more than now 50 different businesses. Just to give you at a glance some number, we have now 40, they have actually, our businesses, they have 40 products on the market. They have raised so far more than 60 million euros for the territory. So from that point, from that side of the story, we can say that we have a track record that, let's say, demonstrates that to have a place where to combine the interests of the private and the public sector is very key. Another type of action that we run together with the Tuscany region, because it is really key to have the healthcare system involved in this process, is to help all our shareholders, that are actually all the universities and the university hospitals in Tuscany, to develop technology transfer activities. Since you mentioned that you would like me to give you an example, we now have a university hospital in Florence, which we help in fostering technology transfer, that is the Mayor Hospital. And we are very proud because they have now developed, they have reached break-even, let's say, and more than that, because they almost have 150,000 euros per year incoming from licenses. And one of those is a kit for newborn screening that was developed in the laboratories and based on clinical needs. And I'm mentioning this because it encompasses both the technical side of the story, the scientific side of the story, but also the political side of the story, because we had to go and talk to the politicians in order to have enlisted some specific diseases into the list of the kit of newborn screening. So this is a very good story to tell. Nowadays, we are still supporting all the universities in Tuscany, and just to mention the fact that since we mentioned that we need money to run research and to foster technology transfer, CDP Venture is scouting for some investing opportunities, and we are helping our universities in order to list them, assess them, and present them the right way, because what we always say is that we have to find a cultural bridge between the two languages that are spoken between the private and the public sector. Last but not least, our foundation is dealing with research. We started in 2017 with a specific approach to say we wanted to attract PIs and very strong researchers coming even from abroad. So basically we started the candidate for hosting ERCs, and we are hosting 5 ERCs in Siena now, actually leveraging on the historical expertise that we have developed so far. This is say vaccines and antibodies, so let's say infectious diseases, which is very key nowadays. And of course, what we've been doing is to attract good research and to start working on that in order to transfer it. And basically, in 2019, this lab, monoclonal antibody lab, into the Technology Sciences area was funded, and we started operations in 2019, and the aim was to collect sera from patients that are convalescent from some specific AMR, antimicrobial resistance, which is very important now, and it will be even in the future, in order to isolate specific monoclonal antibodies that are able to recognize some bad bacteria. And we started working on Shigella, Klebsiella, many different pathogens until COVID came up. And so we started working on COVID. We collected sera from Spallanzani and Siena Hospital, and we incorporated ourselves a business. And so we, let's say, we went hands-on on the technology transfer, and we found out that it was feasible. It was very important for us, all the experience that we made in the field. And yes, nowadays we have more than 24 collaborations all over the world. We go collect samples in Africa, in Far East. And so what we are doing now is to really foster on research and to, just to mention what was really underlined very helpfully before, we're reaching the ecosystem level to say we need coordination. And we found out that the coordination has to involve the research, has to involve the politicians, but also has to involve industry, and all with a common goal. I think you heard about Catalent and what happened in Anagni. So this is the picture that I would like to share with you. To say all of us has to take into account that we need 8 bioreactors in Italy because that's where our antibodies are produced. So we cannot avoid that. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So we mentioned 2 times our healthcare system, and I want to remember to the audience that the healthcare system in Italy is one of the best of the world. It's ranked 2nd or 4th, depending on the classification you are referring. So moving to the hospitals that represent the Milano Innovation District, how, Giovanni, do you see that the cross-contamination would be the key, the successful key to promote a dialogue between many players that appears at least so distant? And how do you think that this cross-contamination could contribute to your model from bed to bench and back to bed and improve the efficiency of your research?
Yes, thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Marcella, for the question. We are talking about innovation, technology transfer, and products. So the market for these products is represented in this scenario is represented by the healthcare, is represented by the hospital. And Galeazzi Institute will be the clinical partner within the MIND environment. It is the first realities. It is one of the first realities within MIND, and very soon it will be 100% active into MIND. The primary mission of the hospital is for sure the patient, so to take care about the patient. But as most of you know, here in Italy we have about 50 research hospitals that are accredited by the Ministry of Health, and Galeazzi Hospital is one of these centers. So our mission is also research. And from a research-centered point of view, we can say that the hospital, Galeazzi Hospital, will be the provider of the material for research. So we can provide patients, let's say, we can provide samples, specimens from patients, but we can also provide data from patients. So our activity within MIND will be exactly to provide to the different actors within MIND this material, which is of outstanding importance. The hospital is a mine of data. It is obvious, and the new hospital that you can see just here on the left, outside this hall, the Galeazzi Hospital has been built around the concept of big data. Data generate knowledge, and knowledge needs a contextualization. So it means that the hospital is the source of the data, and it is the place where this data can be contextualized. So we can say that our role within MIND is absolutely central. Then we have also the possibility to provide samples, to provide knowledge on the biology, and the integration of the omics science that will be here in MIND will be of outstanding importance for the hospital, for us, for the clinicians, but also for researchers. And will be here, will be very close. Will be the proximity will be the key of this interaction. On the other side, our research activity within the hospital is unequivocally bind to the clinics, and every research activity within our hospital originates from a clinical question. So everything starts from the clinician, and we need to give something back to the clinician, and by translation to the patient, to the bed of the patient. And so the keywords of our research are applicability, translatability, and multidisciplinary. These drive our everyday activity. For instance, my research group is focused on biomarker discovery in bone and muscle diseases, or I mean, both in physiology and in pathology. And clinicians need biomarkers, because biomarkers drive the clinician decision. So this means in the next future to personalize diagnostics. So we can say that our aim in the next future will be to generate something that can be tailor-made on the patient. We hear this word every day in our environment, and this is what we can give back to MIND. So we have the patient, we have the data, we have the ability to talk with the researcher. We want back, how to say, that the possibility to improve, to enhance the quality and the possibility to do research.
Thank you, Giovanni. Enrico, I want to greet you with this quote: "The temptation to form premature theories upon insufficient data is the bane of our profession." And this quote is not spoke by a scientist, but by Sherlock Holmes. So data, we have heard from Giovanni that are very important to drive clinical decision. And this is the expertise of CIBIO you are representing here. And you have a double hat. You are an outstanding PI on neuromarker at CIBIO, and you are the president of CIBIO. And could you tell a bit about the spark that led a small mountain territory like the one you are based in to be a diamond point in life science in Italy?
Okay, thank you, Marcello, for your nice and the kind words. You know, I like the quote from Sherlock Holmes. I never thought about that, but you know, in reality, yes, data are extremely important. That we are actually bombarded by data by now, big data. And I think, you know, the key is quality, because we need to actually sort of interrogate them and understand which are the, you know, quality data which you need to take care of. Second thing you said, you talk about double hat. Yes, I do have two hats, you know, one as a president of COSBI. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. PI at CIBIO. I have a third hat, which I still have on my head, which sometimes helps me, because before landing in Trento, I actually worked 25 years in pharma. So I actually have this drive, you know, to try and transform innovation into products. I know pretty much somehow what are the needs, you know, in this area, you know, product development, drug development, or vaccine development. So Trentino, yes, it's kind of like a valley to me, like a life science valley. It's very vibrant atmosphere. COSBI is one of the many centers or foundation institute who is working in the area of life science, merging biology with computation. There are many startup and spin-off, which I think the main engine there is CIBIO, is the department where I work. You know, I couldn't help mentioning, for instance, you know, in this area, we're doing a lot of partnership. One of them, I'm actually PI of a project which we are conducting in conjunction, also in collaboration with J&J, Biogen, Merck, Compass, you know, companies who have joined us in supporting an idea which came from mining genomic data, identifying a possible target for psychiatric disorder, with sort of trying to bring it sort of through the drug discovery pipeline together. A few words about COSBI and its history. So COSBI is the Microsoft Research University of Trento Center for Computational Systems Biology. Is funded back, you know, 15 years ago by now by Professor Priami, who at that time was professor in computer science and expert in the development of algorithms for simulation of systems with inherent noise. And so that he sort of managed to capture the attention of Microsoft Research and convince them to invest, you know, actually the CEO, actually right in Trentino. So this SRL company, no profit, was funded, you know, jointly by Microsoft and University of Trento. And the very beginning was all about optimizing this pipeline in order to make them amenable for modeling biological systems. Then, you know, a lot of people came in also from abroad, you know, many publications. This attracted, you know, the attention of many company, real case scenario application. And sort of little by now, we have sort of become sort of a preferred partner for many large pharma and small pharma, even abroad, who are actually in the need of some decision point, you know, throughout the drug development. So sort of qualifying, you know, what is the best target to invest on, what is the right lead compound to move forward, which are the therapeutic regimen which we need to adopt, all sort of decision-making aspect, which we can provide them information through our models, okay? So that's actually do a lot of extraction of information, of data, transform it into model diagram, adding parameters, you know, numerical parameters, try to look into this model to see exactly what is the key aspect which we need to have more information on, doing experiment and then modeling and bringing them this kind of information. I think nowadays we are sort of successful in that we're almost self-sustainable with no major governmental funds. Some of our models are being used by our partner, for instance, for FDA registration. We do have a special, sort of a peculiar business model. In this era of massive data analysis, brute force, we apply a sort of a tailor, like a craft workshop. So we do a lot of tailor approach. And I use the analogy sort of like a handmade bike factory. So instead of buying on the high quality bike from a standard producer, we sort of sit together with the collaborator and try to design exactly what they need, you know, and so come up with a solution. I just want to finish mentioning that we're doing that in strong partnership with the university, because on one end we develop pipelines, on the other one we apply them. So we host PhD students and other type of collaboration. So this is, to me, really an example where you can actually transform innovation into decision-making, into product. Okay.
So thank you, Enrico. We have heard the importance of technology transfer, and I would like to ask Carlo how he is expecting that Innova, the hub of innovation of Milano University, will contribute to technology transfer, and how he is expecting that this model could reduce the time for an asset, a project of research to reach the market.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Università of Milano, UNIMI, is the third largest university in Italy, and is a generalistic university with 33 departments. And we are focused on the life science side of the activity, with more than half of the invention and the patent and discoveries. So we are oriented to the main theme of this meeting. We like the definition of innovation as an equation that is technology and market. So the technology is the one that the researchers are developing inside of the university, and the market is outside of the university. But it is not an equation that means that first you develop the technology and then the market. It is an iterative process. And researchers are not used to work with the market. They don't have the same language. They don't have the same timetable. They don't have the same perspective and targets. And we are developing this program that we call the Seed for Innovation to close the gap from the combination of the market and the technology. We decided that we had three main targets in our program, and these were to close the gap between academy and companies working in the market. And we invited some companies, larger company, to join our program. The first edition we had for sponsor Menarini, Novartis, ST Microelectronics, and Lamberti. And the second edition that has just started, and we are closing the call at the end of May. We reached 7 large company that are Chiesi, Vertex, Behringer, ST Microelectronics again, Medtronic, Synthetic, Valpharma. This company believe that our program is interesting, even if some of them are working in Italy, not directly in the research activities, but mainly in the market activities, because the university programs and activities of research are very interesting. So we are good in developing a technology from a high-level perspective, but we need the experience of the market to understand the needs and transform the technology into products, as someone before me said. And we put together in the first edition, we try to put together researchers and companies and try to make like a Hoover to direct the researcher to the final target that is the market. And we, after 12 months, we are looking at the first results. Some of these projects are interested by venture capitalists, by investors, because they transform the patent into something that is more than a patent. The patent is just the title of the beginning of a transformation from research to market to product. And we are speaking now with some investors that we have attracted, as well as the sponsor to the university. So the second pillar of our project is management. There is we cannot transform a researcher into a manager, and there is a less opportunity to transform him or her into an entrepreneur. It's quite impossible. There are only few chances to transform people that have spent more than 15 years to study to become an entrepreneur, and the university is not giving them the opportunity to be trained during the course of their studies to become a researcher. So we are trying to put this research activity in contact with manager, and we develop a team of mentors from the market that are giving the impression and the experience of the market to the project that we have selected. But this is not the only thing that we are doing. We are also participating in the activity of the university. So we are giving some projects to the course of the Laura course, and we are having experience with also the researchers, dedicating some days during the training activities. Then we are developing a school of management to form people to transfer the science and the technology experience of the university to the market or towards the company that are interested into the projects. The third pillar is the international, let's say like this, general speaking international. The 40 projects that we selected last year were all interested could be developed in the whole world. So they are not local products, solutions, and they have to be seen not only by Italian organization, not only by European organization, but in an international way of looking at these opportunities. And now we are working to make a stronger network in an international way, beginning from a mind where the University of Milano is one of the four ancora.
So thank you, Carlo. You mentioned an important concept that R&D units of pharma, well, we don't need to have in our country, because globalization can bring the connection nearer to than before we had. Another element that I would like to discuss with Marika is brain drain. So it's another problem. It is affecting our ecosystem. We are used to see this researcher, leading lab in foreign country. And how are you expecting to attract back? Enrico already mentioned this, the importance to attract back brain from foreign country, and which is the project that Human Technopole is launching to inverse this trend.
First of all, thank you for inviting us. We are really a baby institution if compared with the others at the table. To answer your question, I have to explain the beginning of the story of Human Technopole, that is a sort of catalyst for this area in mind. If you need to create a new innovation hub from the scratch, you need to promote proximity between other actors that can contribute to cross-pollination inside this innovation hub, as mine would like to be. In the case of mine, at the beginning there was nothing. There were only fairs, pavilions, and that's all. That's why our government decided to create from the scratch, on the spot, a new research institute on life sciences. With cutting-edge infrastructures, research infrastructures, that were not present in all the Italian territory at that moment. And the focus was on life sciences, because this territory, Lombardy, has a long tradition in the sector. You've already listened to some of the actors that are already in the territory, the important universities, private or public research centers. You have venture capitalists, big companies, small and medium companies. You have entrepreneurial association. You have all the supply chain that already provided some best practices at an international level. That's why the government decided to invest on an institution in the sector to further boost these sectors. And they also provided us with a sort of hybrid governmental governance system that has a strong control on the use of public funds, of course, but also a huge independence of science given by the way in which our director, also our scientists, are selected through international competition and through search committees that are composed by scientists that are not affiliated to Human Technopole, but are external ones. That this system gave us the possibility to be a bit flexible, many more flexible than other institutions, in order that in 3 years, since the beginning of our operational, we were able to build up our campus. Consider that our director, Professor Jan Matai, that is coming from EMBL in Heidelberg, arrived at the beginning of 2019, together with 13 administrative people. And there were only Palazzo Italia, that is the iconic fair pavilion of our country in Expo 2015, with 500 square meters offices. So the pavilion was not conceived to host a research institute with labs and so on. In 3 years, we have 20,000 square meters of offices and labs, and 250 people coming from more than 20 nationalities that arrived in Human Technopole to contribute to the project. 5 out of 6 facilities, so research infrastructure, are already operational. We have a genomic facility that provides our high throughput analysis potential for large projects and single cells level analysis. We have a electronic microscopy facility that is one of the cutting edge facilities in the world. We have a light imaging facilities focusing on 3D imaging, an image analysis facility that supports image and imaging-centric research. And of course, because research, many of the other speakers already said, need a huge capacity to work with data. We have also a data center with high storage and computing capacity, served also by a broadband network connection. And finally, we are also implementing an automated stem cell and organoid facility that will be very interesting, because it is aimed at streamlining via dedicated automation pipelines the key rate limiting steps in disease modeling based on human cells and tissues. That is to say, for example, cells reprogramming or genome editing and so on. The fact of having these facilities in mind is, of course, an advantage for all people coming in the area, because your scientists will have an immediate capacity to work with our scientists, that because of the fact that these facilities were not available in Italy before, of course, these people are coming from abroad, because there were not technicians able to work in such a cryo-EM facility, for example, at least at the beginning, because we are also planning and we are also starting a massive activity of training for the Italian community, but this is another story. This proximity will be the key of interaction in mind, and will promote joint project and activities, so that other researchers of the other actors in the area will also access these facilities, working with our scientists that are coming just because we are offering the same possibilities of other international institutions. This is the key. Unfortunately, in Italy before, it was not so easy to come back. We have cutting edge technologies. We offer approximately the same revenue that others that abroad are granted to those kind of technicians and scientists. And of course, we have the fact that you can do your research in Milan and in mind. That is, of course, a great plus. Thank you.
So thank you. Any question from the audience? Professor Raccagni. I give you mine.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I'm Giorgio Raccagni, President of the Italian Society of Pharmacology. I think that what we are discussing today is very important. We already heard from this roundtable, the previous roundtable, that the Italian scientists are very good in producing papers, but they are not in very high position in producing patent. Pharmacologists, specialists in pharmacology are present in most of the Italian Center of Excellence. I'm an emeritus professor at the University of Milan, and now as a president of the Italian Society of Pharmacology, we are promoting a project together in collaboration with Bio for Dreams and Farmindustria, which is the association of the Italian and international pharmaceutical companies. And this is to facilitate the contacts between researchers in pharmacology. Drug innovation is our mission, and with pharmaceutical companies and venture capitals. And I think that we have a call every year. And of course, we are very much interested to collaborate with MIND, because we should try to change the research mind, because they are not, as also Bonadonna said, they are not used to technology transfer. Another point that came out also as a critical for the Italian system is the fragmentation, because we have 22 regional head systems. When we were talking about producing big data, then this big data, we don't know where they are, how we can analyze this data, and some of them are not harmonized. That means that one region is not able to talk with the other region because they have a different system. And so these are big problems. The last point I want to raise is to have new experts. I think we have to produce a new PhD, for instance, with the industry. PhD in collaboration with the industry, with the more stage in the industry, to have a STEM laureate, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I think these are very important for the future in digital. I like the terminology digital pharmacology, anyway, digital health system. Thank you.
Want to provide an answer to this comment? There is a question from a person attending remotely. So about the proof of concept, are there any funding opportunity for this critical stage? And if there is a plan to create a share accelerator to tackle this very early stage in any of your institutions?
Well, the university develop a proof of concept as a result of the activity of the program. And we do it with our researchers, the researchers of the network. The network this year has been enlarged with Istituto Galeazzi that is joined the program, but also Istituto Besta that is another hospital. I forgot to tell it before. Our researcher plus the researcher of the two hospitals are working together, and we participate to the activity. For sure, we help them making network with a possible manager to transform the patent into something that is more closer to the product, to the market. But we have understood also that it is quite impossible to transform a researcher into a market person. They have a different mentality. We wanted to make the combination. We wanted to help the researcher to understand the language of the market and the market to understand the language of the researchers. We wanted to make a connection and to mix the culture, as it has been said very well before, because this is a very good opportunity. It's also an ethical problem that we want to solve. If innovation that can improve the life of people remaining to the laboratory, they are not nothing. There is a big problem, and the researcher have a difficult life all the time. They wanted to get out from the laboratory and go to the market. And as someone said, we should help them with all possibilities.
So Stefano wanted to comment also about this death valley of ideas. Let's call it like that.
I want to make 3 points. One is that in IIT we have a de-risking fund that goes really in that direction, which we have started with an IP protection. And then we have some funds to get the idea that could be really fundable by a venture capitalist with a seed money. So there is a de-risk fund. On the other hand, I want to recall something very important said this morning in the first session, that really also here the national centers from PRR, funded by PNR, really are playing a crucial role. I am involved in the RNA therapy National Center as thematic spoke for neurodegeneration. And there, the transfer, you have a lot of different projects with different TRA. And there is also a huge participation of different companies. We have more than 15 companies in the application. And really this part that is crucial could be really accounted for within the National Center. Last but not least, I cannot agree more with your comment about the need of management. You know, we cannot make the venture capitalists spend the training of postdocs that become managers. This money, this takes time, you lose competitivity, you really need not only money, but knowledge. And I think this is crucial in the Italian landscape.
So thank you. I will leave. Any other question? Yes.
Hi, I want to test a very quick scenario if I got all the pitches right. So imagine I'm a startup. I work with Fabio and Bio4Dream. I come to you, G, Lombardi at Galeazzi, and I ask you 15,000 samples from cancer patients. And then I come to you, M, Nobile, at Human Technopole, and I would like to do whole genome sequencing of those 50,000 samples. Yes or no? Am I ready? Can I do that?
Definitively, yes. It is our work, so we are all. I mean,
yeah. By the way, she's J&J, so lots of money.
You have to pay. But as side payment, we can say that the hospital is ready, but the new hospital, but we are already on the piece to do that. This is our side.
And if I may, I would add also that maybe at that time there will be something already in place on this issue, and maybe you can have access not to 15,000 but more, because we are already working together on something similar.
Any other question or comment?
On this topic, I just want to raise the point of the ethical committees.
Yes.
It's not an easy part.
It's crucial.
Not at all. Can slow you down a lot. Can slow you down a lot.
Money.
In real life.
Money in GPR.
That's really critical. Yeah.
Just thinking about the last comment, could these be standardized at an Italian level, so to lower the hurdles of bureaucracy in some way?
I think we are doing that. Actually, is enact a redefinition of the ethical committees at the national level. So I think also here there is a big game changer going on.
The attempt to make just a central level with some pre-requirements to be fulfilled, and that's it. Okay. If there are any other questions, thank you everybody for joining.
Okay. No, it's not the break. Who's this? Okay. So I should have my presentation. Okay, so while I wait for the presentation to charge, thank you very much again for being here. And by the way, just to give you some numbers, there's about 80 people here and about 100 people connected from Poland, Finland, Hungary, UK, and in the afternoon, we're going to have people also from the US. So really, it's been a pleasure to have you here, and we hope you're having a good day. So I have a good news and a bad news for you. The bad news is unfortunately that Dr. Karzaniga, due to last-minute health reason, cannot be part of the talks. So from IQVIA, she will not be here, unfortunately. So we hope that she will get well soon. On the other side, the good news is that you only have to listen to me before lunchtime. So that's I'll try to make it quick. And okay, so I would like to talk about how we at Bio4Dreams are trying to connect those dots that were previously mentioned as a major need to basically somehow foster a development in innovation. And before doing that, I'd like to share with you a couple of images that come into my mind when I think about innovation, when I think about startups and how to go from startup towards industry. And the first picture that comes into my mind is this. Now, it might not look like it, but this is actually a pharma industry and a startup. The pharma industry has lots of people working on it. They're big, they're giant, they sail onto their market. They don't really care if the market goes up and down. They have their path straight forward. Yes, maybe sometimes some products fall off the pipeline, but that's not changing the direction. Sometimes they do change direction while they're open sea, but it's a long process. And once they define a strategy, they go on to the strategy. On the other side, you have innovative startups, usually run by only a couple of people. They go up and down, sometimes they sink, and typically they're not even seen by the large pharma because they're just too small. But when you're in shallow waters, if these guys can connect to the big ship, they're actually able to steer the ship and help them find new path forward. So this is a nice image that I thought I would share with you before discussing things. And the second image is the same story, looking at it from the startup point of view. Here's the startup, and as you well know, there are school books available on what are the points why it's difficult for a startup to reach the market. They're missing all sorts of info. I just put a couple here, business plan, market analysis, business model, whatever, you name it. A startup is just a bunch of people trying to do something and missing lots of info to do it. But if the startup doesn't reach the market, is that a problem only of the startup? Or is actually a problem also for the industry? Because it's emerging the fact that it's also a problem for the market. And it's not me saying it, it's Paul Stoffel, CSO of J&J, who's basically saying that all the simple diseases have already been discovered. If you want to work on complex diseases, you have to move out of the pharma lab because that's not sufficient to generate the tons of information needed to get that knowledge. And it's not only him saying that 90% of the CEOs of big pharmas are actually saying that if you want to increase your revenue as a pharma, you need to get out there and get new ideas and get innovation from the market. And that's because you want to refill your pipeline, you want to reduce cost, you want to increase efficiency. So it sounds like an easy game, right? On one side, you have somebody developing solution, and on the other side, you have somebody that needs solution. End of the story. Well, absolutely not, because these guys, the guys down there, developing innovation, and I just put academia, but you can put whatever. We talk about hospitals, we talk about research centers, and on this side, industry, have a completely different mindset. Expectations are totally different. On one side, people are writing publications. On the other side, they want to develop product to make profit. And execution is totally different. On one side, people are focusing on, can we technically do something? On the other side, people are asking, can we actually bring it to the market? Is applicable, okay? So the way we at Bio4Dreams think to leverage these two totally opposite scenarios, and let's face it, it's this way, is to work on startups, which represent an intermediate point where you can actually match the needs on one side with the expectation of the other side. And what's typically being done is that you try to take somebody from academia and drag it along the way to become an entrepreneur, right? And that usually doesn't work, and we just heard about it. That occasionally may work. We're going to hear beautiful stories today, but we think that it's much more productive to work on the ecosystem, to work on the ingredients in order to make the infrastructure that enables this path from academia to industry to be something that routinely becomes a success. So in order to do that, first thing we thought of doing is map what's happening in Europe. And this is what the European Commission is telling us. We are living in a part of the world that is yellow. What does yellow mean? It means that we are moderate innovators. Honestly speaking, there is a region in Italy, it's Friuli Venezia Giulia, we'll talk about Trieste later, who is green, but the rest of Italy, as you see, is yellow. And we are in good company with Hungary, with Poland, with Croatia. And by the way, I thank Lucas from Poland being here today, with many other places. That doesn't mean that good science is not there. Actually, great science is there and great infrastructure are there. But the problem is that, again, as it's happening in Italy, they're hyper fragmented and there is no critical mass sufficient to create that path of success forward. So we thought about going into those ecosystems. Instead of filling in a building in one scientific incubator, we decided to move ourselves and go directly into those places. And that's how we basically created those innovation hubs. In Italy, we are present in many different sites with the idea of working along with the stakeholders of those innovation hubs. What is an innovation hub for us? Well, an innovation hub is a place where you have good science, good local public and private efforts and financial efforts available for supporting the trade transfer community and the willingness locally to develop that community, like it's happening here at mine. And some of these sites are, as previously Marcella mentioned, diamonds of life science innovation in Italy, from Naples in bioengineering. We've heard about Siena, engineering in Turin. We heard about the Trentino and Bolzano area. But I would like to focus on two particular hubs which are at the heart of what we are working on. The first one is Mind. We are here, you heard about it today. Mind is a 1 million square meter area where in 10 years from now, there's going to be 60,000 people daily and 20,000 people at night living here, working on life science, working on smart future of health. And this is built around pillars, which you heard about today. A research center, an educational center, a clinical center, and a community of industry working together, federated innovation, in order to bring innovation forward. And we're happy to say that in a month from now, we're going to place our headquarters here along with some other pioneer, as they were called, companies. I thank AstraZeneca for being here as well. And I thank Illumina for being here today, and Rold, who basically represent an initial seed that we want to put here at Mind to physically create an ecosystem that can interact with those players up there and really cluster innovation and become reference point at the Italian level. The second area that I would like to highlight is Trieste. Trieste is the most innovative region, is part of the most innovative region in Italy, has great science going on, but it has a willingness from the political standpoint to create a hub of innovation. And Bio4Dream is coordinating the activities for the management of the urban center, the House of Startup, a place where bio-high tech is a daily topic for startup, for research centers, not only for the region in Trieste, but also for the whole ecosystem of surrounding countries from Austria, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, who are considering the urban center their point of reference in order to bring their research activities and exploit it there. And these are just some of the activities and numbers that we have recently run in the area. But then I showed you a picture that goes into the yellow places. And again, this is what we've been doing over the last few years, working in Ljubljana, working in Peć, in Finland. I would like to highlight two examples of what we are doing. We are developing a strong collaboration with the Jagiellonian Center of Innovation and again, thank Lucas for being here today, as a reference point for all the clinical activity that will be carried out from the ecosystem of Bio4Dreams into Poland. And I would like to thank also Vladimir and all the people connected remotely from Pécs in Hungary, one of the 3 leading research institutes in Central Eastern Europe that is developing an incredible infrastructure to support innovation. And we are present there working jointly with them to develop startups in their ecosystem that can connect through the Bio4Dreams ecosystem with all the other different stakeholders in our area. Okay, so this is basically just an overview of what is happening, but truly what we're trying to create is a bridge forward, going from research to market, and it's something that we do not want to do alone, because otherwise we will be the next fragmented pieces down the line. We want to work jointly with all the stakeholders and create a common understanding that from day one all the way to the development of the project really creates a significant momentum. And that goes into different steps, because at each step along this line there are different things to be carried out. Let's start with the scouting. First of all, physical presence in all the different territories, as I showed you. But then the development of integrated system in order to discuss science. And we have launched the International Grant Office. I will show you a bit about that. Basically, it's a way of interacting physically with the different research ecosystem in order to develop new ideas. Incubation and develop innovation hubs in different places. We are developing what's called shared laboratories. I've been a startup myself. I've been purchasing myself with no money, hubs, incubators, and all the needed material. And I know I don't need to spend money that way. I need to work on function. I need to have access to biological lab, to chemical lab, to whatever I need to develop my prototype, but I don't need to recreate an infrastructure that already exists. So the concept behind the share labs is to have all these laboratories available for all the startups. And we are having them, by the way, here being developed and hopefully ready by next month. And then once I have a prototype, I want industry to be involved. And that's how we created Innovation Circle, a table, a round table where all the different stakeholders can come, listen, define what's missing, and find also what are the potential solutions for those startups. Because as was mentioned before by previous speakers, what a startup needs from corporation is really a boost in order to go to the next level. It's not the pocket money for getting a grant. It's the boost to really reach the market if the product is viable. Otherwise, it's better to kill it as early as possible. And then, of course, the financial community that must be involved in order to support specific pieces of the story. But let me go a little bit into detail of what we're talking about. This is how the International Grant Office looks like. So each hub is a reference point for its own ecosystem. They know exactly who are the good groups, where to take the ideas, where to take research content, and they can provide them into the steering committee where different players, and we have indicated a few of them that we're currently working with, can work jointly on identifying the best calls or getting together the right partner, the small startup, the right ecosystem, the right research centers, designing the project, creating the consortium, and running jointly projects. This is also creating a common understanding and creating a critical mass of science that can actually develop the next generation of innovative projects. Innovation Circle. These guys are physically sitting around the table, and we hope to increase this panel list of executive partners in order to present project. As you see, it's a round table. Everybody has the same priority list. Everybody can propose any type of startup or invention that they find, that they find interesting. We discuss together, and if something valuable, then we bring it forward. And we have a set of research partners, such as Galeazzi, for example, who can also support the further development of these projects. This is good for startups, of course, because they get access to a lot of information. They can basically de-risk the project, get networking, get advice. Many times for a startup, it's an incredible valuable element to just have a chance to discuss market analysis or figures with industry, or to have a regulatory opinion on what is the best strategy to develop further the project, or to have access to certain instrumentations. But on the other side, there's also an opportunity to have a filter system of scouting and understand what is really happening around and how to catch the best idea and how to integrate some of these ideas. Because one of the other problems is that fragmentation is not only on the level of research center, it's also on the level of startups who are doing many times very similar things, and maybe putting them together brings an added value and more there is opportunity. And this is just to give you an idea of what happened over last year. We've collected projects from Estonia all the way to Slovenia, to Italy, of course, in different areas of interest. And we've discussed this project, and some of these projects actually went on with joint development agreements or with commercial partnerships. Shared laboratories. What I was saying before, we have started to run our shared laboratories in Bresso, where our current site is. We're actually going to develop them here. There are going to be 16 laboratories, about 1,600 square meters of labs available for startups to come in and work on specific topics. Now, on one side, there are basic technologies available for these startups. But what if a startup needs something more complicated, like a sequencing facility and or a fact sorting facilities? Then the idea is to have companies that are specialized niche provider in those particular areas to jump in and be part of the shared labs. Why? Because it makes more sense for a bioengineer to interact directly with a team that is fully dedicated to work on, for example, fact sorting or sequencing or whatever it is, in order to boost the project forward. And that way we are creating interaction between the different startups and starting on day one to generate revenue for the specific startups. Because we believe that a startup is not representing only the asset that they want to develop, they're actually representing a set of expertise which can help also the other startups in the system to bring forward their project. And by creating this connection, we are actually de-risking and boosting the projects. Okay, and then once the project is sufficiently mature to be presented to either financial or industrial partners, that's where we need to play the game in the real fields. And we have signed a strategic collaboration with the Cinepark, one of the 8 parks in China that is dedicated to the development of life science, not only for running joint project, but for investing jointly in the projects. And on the other side, we have a strategic collaboration with the Pennsylvania Biotech Center, where startups from our ecosystem, wherever they're coming from, can go and land as a starting point for their adventure in order to find resources, find industrial partnership, find clinical partners with whom to work on the development of their projects. So this is a bit of our numbers, and I'm just showing that because it's possible to do this type of activity and be profitable in doing it, as we are, by supporting the development of the startup in a very, very early stage, which is the real problem. Again, we are full of great ideas, we are full of great potentials, but at the end of the day, what we're really missing is this initial spark that enables a startup to really become something bigger, something more interested, not yet a product, but something that people along the way, the stakeholders, can understand and support in the further development. And this is just to show you what happened in the last few years in Bio for Dreams. So from the day the company, these little dots are startups in our ecosystem. On the 0 line is the time when they entered Bio for Dreams. And on the y-axis is the multiplier of value with respect to the last capital increase that we have seen in this company. So as you see, not everybody is high, and that's okay for us. We have companies down here who are, are not increasing significantly their overall evaluation. Why? Because they're providing services. And those companies that are providing niche services are a crucial ingredient for the development of the product companies up there who are actually going to develop their product faster. So by combining well set up niche service providers that are uniquely working on very high state-of-the-art cutting-edge technologies with cutting-edge product, we are creating a critical mass of ingredients that can really boost the development of some of these companies. And again, as a general final slide, this is not something that can be done by a single player. this is a very general line. As you see in green, you'll see the steps where Bio4Dreams is focused. But if we start something here without having industry and VCs and financial players already engaged here, we would be creating zombies. And that's not what we want to do. So that's why we ask corporations to talk to companies like us here, to talk to the startups and drive the way they can develop this early part of the project so that they can guide. And if they're working on an antibacterial, but it's the wrong one, tell the company that they should work on something else. If they're working on a therapy that has no reimbursement in 5 years, maybe they should change something in their plan. So we need to show the startups a path forward that can really help them so that when we work hard on making the company reach the next level, we'll be relatively certain that some financial and or industrial player would want to work with them and develop forward. If we can do this jointly with the different stakeholders from industry to tech transfer player to research institutions, then there is a chance for us to create that minimum critical mass which is needed in order to convince corporations that Italy is not just a great place to come and have a pizza, but it's really a place where innovation must be on the radar. And with this, I thank you very much. And I hope that we're going to have a great lunch in the next room here.
Welcome back. I'm Stefano Zagnoni, and I work, fortunately or unfortunately, depends on what you see, what you like, in the commercial side of Janssen. And I really want to thank Marcella and Fabio who gave me this tremendous opportunity tonight, this afternoon or tonight, if you want. But I'm sure it's going to be great fun, and it's going to be an excellent session. I am going to introduce you some shining and rising, I would call it scale-ups, right? Let me call it them scale-ups, because most of you guys, as far as I had the opportunity to see from the informal interaction we had, myself on a car and you in your offices during Easter holidays, already generating some traction. Before doing that, I just want to add my personal humble contribution to this event. Very recently, I had the opportunity to be in touch with an interesting document, which it's a decree, it's a draft of a decree that, and there are some people here in the audience, part of other pharmaceutical company who has shared the same opportunity. It's a draft of the decree from the Ministry of Technology Innovation, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Finance. So 3 ministries that is clearly setting the stage for the health electronic medical record in Italy. They call it Electronic Medical Record 2.0. In Italian, we say Fascicolo Sanitario Elettronico 2.0. And the reason why I'm mentioning it is that I believe that also for the startups and the scale-ups that you will see in a second on the stage this afternoon, this will be a change, a great change, and a great opportunity. At least from what I have seen, and of course I'm not an expert in that respect, but the detail to which these guys went, it's incredible. They arrived to define what we need to do at hospital level to make the data really available for each and any individual in this country, for the private institution, and of course, we're going to play our role to ask for pharmaceutical or any kind of company that is a stakeholders of the system. So having said that, I believe that data, I mentioned this because data is critical, and everyone here needs, of course, data to prove the effectiveness of their technology. And I believe that we're going to see very interesting things. There is a clear timeline, because Ministro Colau setting clearly some timelines, end of 2025, which might be too far away. Maybe you think it's too far away, but in reality for this kind of things is not. Having said that, I would like to welcome on the stage, and I would like to ask you guys to, so that we warm it up a little bit, a round of applause. The first three colleagues that will join me in this first piece of the session of the Shining Stars. Stefania Mazzoleni, representing Genenta, please. A round of applause. Stefania, please. Welcome on the stage. Maurizio Mariani, representing Novartis. I will introduce these colleagues furthermore in the very soon. And Vincent Metzler from Kiter Biotech. Okay, so let me start, and I'll immediately give the stage to Stefania. Stefania represents Genenta. You will hear their success story pretty soon. Of course, I don't need to disclose that Genenta is not only a success story in Italy, but also a very interesting success story on the other side of the ocean, right? In US at NASDAQ. But Stefania will tell you a little bit more about that. So Stefania, please welcome to this session. And of course, we will have time for questions afterwards.
Thank you, Stefan. Good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers for providing us the opportunity to be here to present our company. I will try to not make you fall asleep, since you just have some good food. And okay, so Genenta was founded by Pierluigi Paracchi, Luigi Naldini, Bernard Gender, and Ospedale San Raffaele in 2014. And I personally, I don't think that Luigi Naldini does require an introduction. He's a famous scientist, and is also recognized as the father of lentiviral gene therapy. In our management team, we also have Dr. Carlo Russo here, that is our Chief Medical Officer and Head of Development. And thanks to that is former GSK head of a rare disease unit at GSK. And thanks to his contribution, more of 25 years of work of Luigi resulted in the first ever ex vivo gene therapy market approved product, that is Strinvelis. But what we are aim to do, so basically we would like to translate the successful approach that has been taken to cure rare disease in the cancer field. And specifically, we aim to halt and reverse the cancer disease and progression by administering a single dose of an ex vivo product that is able to establish a durable response. But how we make this possible? So in order to address this objective, up to us, there are three challenges that needs to be addressed and that are related to the immuno-oncology field. The first challenge is related to the fact that solid tumors are very hard to reach target. And in order to overcome this limitation, we think that using a cellular carrier literally as a Trojan horse would be the solution. And our tool in this regard is represented by Tie2 expressing monocytes that are a subset of macrophages that are well known to be involved in fostering tumor growth and inducing the neoangiogenesis. The second challenge that needs to be overcome is related to the systemic toxicity. And we would like to restrict the delivery within the tumor microenvironment, the delivery of the immunotherapeutic payload within the tumor microenvironment. And to achieve this goal, we basically built an expression cassette of the payload that actually is able to switch off the payload expression in those cells that are not our carrier. And the third challenge that we identify is the durable response. And in order to achieve a durable response, it is important to break the immunotolerance and to awaken immunosurveillance. And for that reason, we would like to really produce a biological reservoir of our cellular target that could be continuously produced to go into the tumor and to release our payload. And so thanks to, we basically were able to combine these three tools by literally starting with the hematopoietic stem cells that are our biological reservoir, that the hematopoietic stem cells are transduced ex vivo with a third generation lentiviral vector that carry our immunotherapeutic payload. The payload expression is controlled by a promoter that is specific for our carrier, our cellular target, Tie2 promoter, and then also bears a post-transcriptional regulation layer that is able to switch off the payload expression in those cells that are not our cellular carrier. This is our platform, and thanks to our platform, we developed Tenferon, that is our clinical leading candidate. Tenferon has been designed to deliver interferon alpha within the tumor microenvironment, and by the preclinical experiment, we know that Tenferon is able to mount a tumor-specific response by antagonizing either the angiogenesis and also by reprogramming the immune cells of both the innate and adaptive immune response. The manufacturing of Tenferon relies on a well-established and consolidated process. Basically, each patient undergoes towards an apheresis procedure. The hematopoietic stem cells are harvested, then are moved to a contract manufacturing organization that takes care of enriching CD34 positive cells, transducing in vivo. The product is then formulated, is frozen, is tested and released, and may be shipped back to the clinical site to be infused. As I mentioned to you before, we are currently in clinical testing. Tenferon is currently in clinical testing, and our first indication is our patients affected by glioblastoma multiforme, specifically unmethylated patients. Why? Because we, of course, had a robust rationale that drove this selection. Glioblastoma multiforme is characterized by a highly immunosuppressive microenvironment. Our drug has been designed to break this immunosuppression, and most importantly, more of the 50% of the cells that are within the glioblastoma multiforme are basically bone marrow-derived cells. Then glioblastoma multiforme patients unfortunately have limited available treatment that allow us to be positioned as first line. We have, of course, encouraging preclinical data. There is also a high unmet medical need, and this is related to a great market opportunity. We are currently in clinical testing. We already dosed 15 patients without observing any dose limiting toxicity, and the clinical trial is still ongoing. And Stefan, I will stop there. I will thank you for the attention, and I'm happy to take questions if any.
Is there any question from the audience? Don't be shy. Yes. Do we have a mic?
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation, very clear and interesting. I have just a curiosity related to the therapeutic indication. So now we are focused on glioblastoma, but do you think that this approach is useful also for other kind of pathologies, in particular rare tumors, rare solid tumors?
Absolutely, since basically we define our drug as an agnostic drug. It is agnostic since, for example, compared to CAR T-cell, it is not associated to a specific antigen or target, right? And the other great advantage is that basically TEMs that are the Tie2 expressing monocytes that are our cellular carrier are basically involved in fostering tumor growth and progression, have been found in several solid tumors. That means that potentially every tumors that use TEMs to sustain itself could be targeted. Yeah.
Thank you. And another curiosity, sorry. Do you identify a specific subpopulation to interfere with the immunosuppression, or you have an idea regarding the macrophagic population, a subpopulation of these or not now at present?
This is a good question. We are characterizing the biological effects in vivo. Also, of course, we did the preclinical testing, and we had an idea of which is the mechanism of action, and we are now confirming in human. We are also performing a single-cell RNA sequencing experiment, and so we are characterizing also the microenvironment to see which are the changes induced by our drug. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question. What's the main challenge that you faced to reproduce your success story here in Italy, if you got just a word? Tough question, I guess.
This is really complicated. Are you meaning which is the main challenge from an operational point of view, or?
Maybe one main challenge for the operational point of view, and another ones from, bureaucracy or something like that.
Well, I would like to have a general comment in this regard. I think that in Italy, we have a great science, and probably we have the most great mind and scientists all over the world, right? But we do not have enough efforts put into science to translate these in products. And this, I think, that is the main challenge that needs to be overcome. So ask to our governance to try to put efforts in order to change drastically what we are able to do here in Italy. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefania. So our second guest is Maurizio Mariani, head of radioligand. I hope I'll pronounce everything correctly because it's quite a long one. Head of radioligand therapy research and innovation center from Novartis, and I like to introduce him with a short quote that comes from Maurizio itself. It takes tenacity, competence, and a good degree of luck to achieve big results. So Maurizio, please.
Thanks for the kind words and invitation. I'll speak today about advanced accelerator applications and the experience we have gained during the radioligand therapy development of a couple of products that we have developed. So this is disclaimer. So essentially, the history of AAA. AAA is a relatively young company. It was created 20 years ago by Stefano Buono, who was a physicist from Turin, and he had this vision to create a company working on diagnostic imaging. And initially, the first 6 years of the company was really concentrated in building up the ability to produce a diagnostic imaging generic agent. But around 2008, 2009, we decided to have our own pipeline. So we started scouting to see what we could identify in terms of potential technologies that were at the preclinical stage or even early clinical stage. In this way, we identified in 2010 a molecule that was then called the lutetium dotatate. Eventually was called the Lutathera, and we started the development of this company. And the team in EMEA, there's north of Turin, 1 hour drive from here, was very successful in developing the product. Bringing it to registration in 2017 in US by the FDA, in 2018 in Europe. Later on, very recently, in March 2022, we were also able to register a second product for a therapeutic of prostate metastatic cancer in US. Now, in this scheme, there are other key steps that need to be mentioned. AAA was initially founded by private investors. There were up to 200 private investors supporting the company. But then at one point in 2015, the company was listed in the Nasdaq. That to give enough power in order to conduct the phase 3 study that we had started. But another key event was in 2018, January 2018, when the company, after the registration in Europe, was acquired by Novartis. And Novartis invested in this company $4 billion US dollars. So it was a very big acquisition, very big successful story for the Italian system. So now, a few words about nuclear medicine. Nuclear medicine is the use of short-lived isotopes. So for medical use, they can be used either for diagnostic purposes to the left side, and or for the therapy. Essentially, what changes is the ability of the molecule to bring some physical radiation to the site of a lesion, either to give some images or create damage to the tumor. What's important here is that in 2017, 90% of the market was essentially diagnostics, but the big growth, together with the success of our approach, the big growth now is forcing to occur in therapy. So, in this slide, really, I represent the concept of the innovation that we have brought in. So, in the middle, you see there is a chemical structure. There is a tail that is the molecule that recognizes the receptor on the tumor cell. In this case, is a somatostatin 2 receptor that is overexpressed in neuroendocrine tumors. And on the top, there is also a chemical cage, a sort of a chemical cage that is called chelator. This chelator can receive, it can block some short-lived radiometals like lutetium-177. So lutetium-177 to the right is an isotope with 7 days half-life, and this allowed us to produce a solution, ready-to-inject solution for therapy that is injected to patients. So this product can be produced and shipped to hospitals, but that's only 3 days shelf life. The same molecule, as you see, has also the characteristic to take additional isotope, in this case gallium-68, that is a pure diagnostic isotope. So by doing this, we have created a very strong concept, a diagnostic concept in nuclear medicine. We have it's the same molecule labeled with 2 different isotopes, one for diagnostic and one for therapy. So the concept is extremely strong because by using the diagnostic agent, you can identify the lesion. You can make sure that you have enriched the patient population with the right patient, and then you can also do the follow-up after the therapy. So a way to increase chance of success. Now, the idea was simple, 1 molecule, 2 products, but at the end, the making it was quite difficult because on one side, we have eventually a product with 3 days shelf life. On the other side, the gallium-68 had only 68 minutes of shelf life. So what we thought was really to create a small kit, lyophilized kit, that can be used at hospital level for reconstitution with a small gallium generator. So a product with 3 days shelf life, another product with up to 2 years shelf life as a cold, non-radiolabeled product, but only 4 hours of usable time. This is how it works. The products are injected, then they concentrate on the cells overexpressed in the tumor, and then by the radiation, the tumor and the molecule induces a DNA damage, and the molecule, the tumor goes into apoptosis. These are the 2 cartoons depicting the results of the phase 3 study. The one to the left on the Lutathera on the neuroendocrine tumors. That was the first study that led us to registration in US and Europe of the original molecule Lutathera. As you see, the 2 curves that are divaricate enormously. The blue one is the the one for the treatment, and the other one is for the control. So we have a huge benefit in terms of progression-free survival and overall survival. And in this second cartoon to the right, there is the recent data that have supported the registration of lutetium PSMA in metastatic cancer, prostate cancer, that gives a benefit for this very severe aggressive tumor of approximately 4 to 5 months overall survival. So this is what essentially what happens in patient. In this case, we have the same patient with 2 gallium scans taken prior and after the therapy. So to the left, you see that the patient is a neuroendocrine patient with many different lesions onto the liver mainly, and after 4-cycle treatment, you see that the condition of the patient has drastically improved. Similar image now for this is on the prostate side. This is lutetium PSMA 617, and again multiple scans taken at different times during treatment. You can see in this case we have bone marrow diseases. Then through the treatment stages, you have essentially an amelioration, considered amelioration of the patient status. Now, closing remarks. We have created a real rupture in nuclear medicine. There was nothing like this when we started. So great credit to the team in Ivrea, in Italy, north of Turin. And this platform now has become a major platform for Novartis. There is a great deal of potential innovation in the field, starting from a different component of these drugs, the identification of new targets, the way the target, the vector is defined, but also in the link and the chelator that we use, even in the isotope we use, because we can innovate in this field. Novartis has seen a big advantage on this technology, so has heavily invested in the technology. And now this radioligand therapy has become one of the 4 main therapeutic platform for the Novartis group. And as you can see in the middle, we have not only Lutathera, now the lutetium PSMA product, but we have additional products in the pipeline that are now at the clinical stage. So it is a true, let's say, true success given by the idea of the founder, but also by a team that has been able to work together with different components, with the vision, the ability to attract investment, but also the ability to think product and develop the product to the different stages up to registration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurizio. Is there any question from the audience?
Thank you for interesting sites. I was just wondering, even if you are Novartis, if you are looking to the competitive landscape, and if it's a matter of concern for you. Because I was thinking, for example, the recent approval of the hafnium compounds, the hafnium compounds, nanoparticles which are not radioactive, and if it's something that is a concern for you.
No, I would say what I can say that the nuclear medicine was until, let's say, a few years back, was really a forgotten area of pharmacy, mainly driven by diagnostics. Also innovation was driven mainly by equipment companies. So there's a huge amount of space in nuclear medicine, because this is a real renewal for a nuclear medicine. So no worried about the potential competition. Competition is coming. Novartis has been the first major company investing heavily in nuclear medicine, but now this concept has been become familiar with many other pharmaceutical companies that are heavily investing. I would say for tumors, not single technology will be successful. You need many different approaches, many different technologies, and also eventually what you have to have a technology that gives you a good safety, efficacy safety ratio, and then there is not a single, let's say, recipe for that. So I think there is plenty of room also for different technologies. Yeah.
In the meanwhile, that someone else is asking or thinking of a question, I would remind the 46 people connected that they can ask questions. I would remind people connected that they can ask questions through the Q&A from Zoom, right? So in case there is any other thing. Maybe Maurizio, from my side, the team, yeah. Maurizio, works. Hello, yeah. From my side, I want to steal the question from the previous session. Is there any? Let's see if you try to fix. Okay. Is there any suggestion, recommendation that you would give to someone which has not done an exit, if we can call it this way, or a partnership like the one you did?
But I think the main, let's say, main suggestion is to have a team that has complementary abilities. So the strength and the success for AAA probably has come from the fact of the knowledge on the technology, also people that were focused on the ability to create networking, the ability to generate interest and investment, and people that have a probably managerial background, managerial experience in the specific field, people that can think product, people that can anticipate regulatory hurdles, and also, as I said, the combination of this has to be the key factor for success.
Okay. Thank you. But I have a last one.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick question related to this last answer. I saw before that the time period between the funding and when you started the company to the acquisition of the license basically was 6 years, if I'm not wrong. And at the time, if I can, which were your priorities, your key objectives to reach at the very early stages?
At the very early stage, the idea about life, the focus changes also during the lifetime of the company. Initially, the focus was in creating the ability to produce a diagnostic agent, a generic agent for imaging. So the first 6 years really were to develop the technology, able to the ability to handle radioactive material. And that only after that point, we felt confident in building up our own pipeline. And at that time, the choice was rather than going to a very complex drug discovery process, we decided to scout, identify those early concepts that did not have that a good scientific background, but probably did not have enough support for the development. So control the technology was the first thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maurizio. Please, a round of applause. It gives me the time also to clean this stuff. We have wow. Let's see if we have too many devices, right? So the final guest of this session, Vincent Metzler. Vincent. And also, I like to introduce you with a short sentence. Vincent loves everything that stimulates his brain, his heart, and his stomach. And this is why he was excited to join an Italian biotech startup. So, Vincent, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So Kiter Biotech is not as advanced as what you just heard from the other ones, but nevertheless, I think it's an interesting story and I'm more than happy to present it to you today. So, by the way, we say Kiter Biotech, not Kiter. No, that's okay, it's not against you. Because it comes from kinase therapies. That's the history of it. So Kiter is a company that has been founded as a spin-off of the University of Turin quite a couple of years ago already by Professor Emilio Hirsch and Professor Alessandra Ghigo. Some of you may know them. And the focus really is the development of novel inhalation therapies in rare respiratory diseases with the primary focus now on cystic fibrosis and on IPF, on idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. And I will try not to bore you with all these diseases and mode of actions. A little bit about the story as well. The company really started off in 2019 when we were raising the first funds, 5.6 million. That was mainly private equity. And the goal of this money was clearly to do one thing, to generate data that would be convincing enough then later on to raise more money and to really induce and start a true drug development program. And that's what we achieved, and I find the one button. So in March 2022, so 1 month ago, we were very fortunate to announce that we could raise 18.5 million euro as a Series B. So this was mainly again with Italian investors, venture capital as well, and some investors from other parts of Europe, but it's still a strongly Italian story here. And this money now will clearly be used for 3 strategic imperatives, if you want. The first one is to drive the development of our pipeline. I talk about the pipeline because we have 2 assets already, I will show them. We want to expand the core team as well. Today, Kiter is 7 people, so very small. And the goal with this money at the end is to generate first-in-human data, clinical data, with our lead asset. So that's the pipeline, if you want. So there are 2 products, basically. Both have been developed at the University of Turin. Both have been patented, and they are belonging now to Kiter Biotech. I will go into the details later on, but one of them is a peptide that will be used as an inhalation therapy in cystic fibrosis. And here it's important to note that it will be an add-on therapy to standard of care. Again, I will come to this. That's where we are the most advanced. It's in the end of preclinical stage. So we were using this Series A 5.6 million until then to generate this preclinical data. We got the orphan drug designation as well in Europe. And we have a second product, KIT-CL27, which is a small molecule, that's not a peptide, which will also be developed as an inhalation therapy in IPF and other diseases, and as a monotherapy this time. So let me dig a little bit more into this. So KIT-2014, the first asset. So first looking at the problem that you're trying to address, it's cystic fibrosis, as you may know. It's a genetic disease, and the issue with cystic fibrosis is that the CFTR channel is mutated. And as a consequence, the chloride cannot be excreted anymore by the epithelial cells. The mucus is getting sticky. There's accumulation of sticky mucus. There is bronchoconstriction. There is inflammation. And this channel is CAMP, so cyclic adenosine monophosphate dependent. So to say it in simple words, CFTR is the engine and CAMP is the fuel, if you want, that is making this engine work. And the engine is not working anymore in CF. The treatments are basically trying to repair the engine. So they are trying to restore some of the CFTR at the cell surface. It works more or less. Hope no one from Vertex is here. So it's really a Vertex business. They did in 2021, last year, 7.5 billion only in this indication with their CFTR modulators. So the CFTR modulators are repairing the engine, CFTR. The issue with this is that we never have a fully working engine, even if it's a repaired one, it's not a new one. And as well, some patients will simply not be able to benefit from it. There are also some side effects as well. And it's affecting a lot of patients still, so it's still a little disease. It's life-threatening still for many of the patients. So the innovation here from Kiter Biotech is not to focus on the engine, but on the fuel. So our idea really is now to modulate CIMP, so to give more CIMP to the cells through some modulation of the kinase pathway. I will not go into the mechanistical details, but basically what we are doing, we are increasing the amount of CIMP in the cells, which is then further activating any kind of CFTR channel that is present at the cell surface. And this, to make sure that it's as safe as possible, we are developing it as an inhalation therapy. So it should stay in the lung and have no other effect otherwise in the body. That's how we are approaching it. And the data supporting it has been a good month last month for us. It has also been published last month in 30th of March. It was a science paper, Science Translational Medicine. And the pinkish picture there is just to show you that it made it basically the publication to the front homepage of Science at that time. And the extract of the publication itself is to show you how many people were active on this publication. So that was using up a lot of the 5.6 million that we raised initially. I think 35 or 37 authors, mainly from Italy again. So that was the foundation, and that's the data that we are now using to move on with our clinical development. A few words about the data. So these are the CFTR modulators that exist currently. So on the left of the graph, you have the first generation. On the right, the last generation. They are used as a triple therapy currently. And you see the linearity. So the more CFTR activity you restore, the more clinical outcome you generate. And clinical outcome is measured as FEV1. That's just a measure of lung function. What we showed now in our data that has been released last month is that, so that's the maximum you reach, about 60–65%. What we've shown is when you're adding key 2014 on top of this triple therapy, so the triple, to come back to easy words, the triple therapy is restoring the engine, and now we are giving more fuel. Now we are actually improving by another 80% the functionality of CFTR just by giving more fuel. So it's full power engine. And by this, if it translates again as hoped now in clinical data, we will give back lung function to the patients that should be close to normal. So that's really our hope, our dream. That's what we are working on now. So that was one part of the story. So really giving more fuel to the engine, that's the first activity. What has been shown as well in this publication is that we have two additional activities. One is a direct effect on inflammation and a direct impact on bronchoconstriction. So we have a triple effect. And that's what we are now basing on. So we hope really by delivering through inhalation our product on top of the existing therapies, through this triple effect, that you can really improve the efficacy and the safety of the current therapies. So that's our business model, if you want. So we are not competing with Vertex, we're improving what they are doing. The second asset, and then I will be done soon, is the small molecule, KIT-CL27. That's much less advanced, but just a few words about IPF. So idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, as the name is suggesting, the cause is unknown. But what has been shown already is that and the PY3K signaling pathway, when this one is altered or it's let's say excited, I don't know how to say, then this leads to proliferation of fibroblasts, and that's what is creating this fibrosis in the lungs. And this uncontrolled proliferation of fibroblasts is also seen to a certain extent in some COVID-19 patients, the ones who are suffering most from the disease, so what you call the long COVID. We also see this fibrotic effect in the lung of some of these patients. So there could be a link as well there, something that we are, of course, investigating. In IPF, there is no treatment currently or no cure. Let's say at this, there are 2 treatments approved, but they are having more side effects than effects. And as a consequence, it's still life-threatening, IPF, and in case of COVID, at least it's debilitating. So here, our approach to this one is to have a small molecule, again, for inhalation therapy. And I will not go into the details, but it is developed as a prodrug. So this small molecule is only active when it can enter the cell. If it's in the circulation, it has no activity. So you will not see the systemic side effects seen with other drugs. And only in the cell, it can have its activity. And when it leaves the cell for whatever reason, it cannot enter other cells. And I'm showing this here in pictures. So the current treatments, they are perfectly working in the lung fibroblasts, but they're also attacking other cells in the system. So that's why you have this lot of side effects. And with KIT-CL27 as a prodrug, only the prodrug is entering the cell, and only the drug within the cell has activity. Everything that is leaving the cell afterwards cannot enter new cells. So that's the innovation there. That's what we are developing here in terms of IPF. And what we could show so far is that we really have a highly selective drug. We could show that it can be used for inhalation. We could show already in mouse models that the safety is quite good, and there is some efficacy as well on fibroblasts. So the proof of concept is kind of there, and now our next effort is really to do more studies to get a full proof of concept for this. So that's it, that's us, that's Kiter Biotech. So we have now this money. We will focus on developing our 2 assets that I was presenting you. The team will expand a lot from 7 to 12. And we are moving on as well with KIT-2014 in the clinical phase, hopefully by early next year. Grazie mille.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And I was right from the very beginning, it's Kiter and not Kiter.
Kiter, yeah.
It's Kiter, okay. Any question from the audience for Vincent? Yes, to Marcella.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I would ask you if you also reach patient association to support your research, and how this could be a successful relation that can boost and provide more visibility, and or what kind of other support you can get from a relation with a patient organization in any case.
It's very important actually, because as soon as you speak about clinical trials, that's what you need. You need contact with patients. You cannot just call them and say, hey, we are here, we want to do something. So what we did here is to create a scientific advisory board. We have the big names, European names in this advisory board on cystic fibrosis. And most of them are involved directly with the patient associations as well. So that's our entry door, if you want, to patient associations. And actually, as we speak, we are now contacting them to, because our phase 1 trial should also involve a few patients. We would like to show some sense of efficacy already in our phase 1. So it's very, very important to have contact with patients.
Yes, it's a general comment I always do when, you know, I reach some startups to speak with patient association, because they had really a great value since the very beginning. If your research is considering their needs, because at the end of the day, we are working to provide solution for patients.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a few words on that one. Last time, the Teleton was inviting Alessandra Gigo, so one of our scientists, to speak about it, because there was a CF patient. He was desperate. He really wanted a new view on the disease. So they invited us to speak there. So that tells a lot, actually. So yeah, you're completely right. We need them, and they need us.
Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. I have just a curiosity relating to the second compound, that is a small molecules. And the question is, if I understand, the mechanism is a specific target therapy in the cells. And so the point is, could you consider this kind of drug a soft drug? Because when the drug exits from the cells, is completely inactivated. The mechanism is this. After the binding site is completely inactivated, the drug?
No, the drug remains active actually when it's in the circulation, but it cannot enter other cells. It's negatively charged,
yes.
So it's just eliminated basically.
Okay.
Yeah. It stays active, but it cannot do any harm to other cells. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that we need to short this up. So I thank you very much again, Vincent, and please. And of course, I thank you, Stefani, and thank you, Maurizio, and I will invite them to be back on again. Yes, please, with another round of applause. And I will move very quickly to another group of startups, the shining one. The rising stars. Those were the shining ones. So I will welcome on the stage Susanna Zucca, Luca Ravagnan, Beatrice Riva, Filippo Piatti, and Marco Ferroni. Okay, so we do everything. So, yeah, very diligent. So here I am. Let me start with Susanna. Susanna, here you are, please. So, Susanna, today, 50% of rare disease patients do not have a diagnosis. So Susanna represents NGenome, and NGenome is forging a new paradigm for genomics data analysis that goes beyond the one gene, one disease paradigm. So you will tell us a little bit more about that. Susanna is the Chief Scientific Officer of NGenome. She'll talk us about the software solution they have developed and the recent success of her company in diagnosing rare disease with bioinformatics and artificial intelligence. So, Susanna, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the organizers for this invitation. I am Susanna Zucca, and I am the Chief Science Officer of NGenome. NGenome is the spin-off of the University of Pavia, and we are active in the field of bioinformatics. And today I will present you EVAI, that is our product, the first and only monogenic and oligogenic variant interpretation platform to diagnose rare diseases. Okay. Rare diseases represent a public health issue since they affect over 300 million people around the world, mostly children, and there are more than 7,000 different rare diseases, with 80% of them having a genetic origin. So why rare disease diagnosis matters? Because it is crucial to implement clinical decisions that can both reduce mortality and inappropriate treatments, with the final aim of improving patient clinical outcome. The diagnosis for rare diseases is based on molecular diagnosis that increasingly depends on genetic tests, where the genome or DNA of a patient is sequenced and the causative variants, disease causative variants or pathogenic variants are identified. Each patient has millions of variants, so clinicians struggle to identify the correct disease-causing ones if they exist. And this is why even with the state-of-the-art and modern tests, over 50% of rare disease patients today lack a diagnosis, do not have a diagnosis. This is why we have developed EVAI. EVAI is a software as a service that we certified as a medical device for in vitro diagnostics and is built to support the geneticist and the physician to interpret and report genomic variants. EVAI applies a layer of artificial intelligence and bioinformatics to classify and prioritize single variants and variants combination with the aim of supporting the diagnosis of a rare patient. This is how EVAI works. This is the core of our platform. Here you can see what we call the variant browser, where all the variants of a single patient are reported. Each variant is classified as pathogenic, so disease-causing or not, and is prioritized according to its pathogenicity. So that, like a Google search engine, in the first position of the list, you expect to see the most interesting variants. And on the right panel, you have the suggested diagnosis, the clinical condition to which that variant is related. EVAI today is an exclusive technology and is the first and only monogenic and oligogenic variant interpretation platform. On the monogenic point of view, meaning that you consider one single variant at a time, it is 98% accurate and it reduces uncertainty up to 60%. On the oligogenic point of view, that is a unique feature that only EVAI has, meaning considering variants combination and not a single variant at a time, This feature allows to increase the diagnostic yield by 30%. EVAI is a fast and easy to use tool that reduces the turnaround time for the analysis from days to minutes and is suitable for the use in clinics and diagnostics. And it also allows the user to collect an internal knowledge base of genomic data, manually curated and of high quality, that can be used over time to improve accuracy by learning from such data. We have applied our EVAI software to participate in a challenge that was proposed by the American National Institute of Health with the aim of identifying the causative variants in children affected by rare diseases from the Rare Genome Project. And the data for this challenge was provided by the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard. And we applied EVAI to analyze this data, and we resulted to be the best performing team for genome interpretation. And it's been an amazing result for us because we compared our solution with top solutions, both from other companies and from genomic research centers such as Yale University, Johns Hopkins, Berkeley, Cambridge. So for us, this has been the confirmation and validation that our technology is a best-in-class technology. And we have been invited in May in Berkeley to present such an amazing result in person, and we'll be there. Since 2019, when we started to commercialize EVAI, we have closed almost more than 30 deals. And today, the hospitals and clinics you see listed here currently use EVAI in their clinical routine. SILAB Laboratories, San Raffaele, Burlo Garofalo Hospital from Trieste, Mondino Foundation, Stella Maris, Besta, Mount Sinai, and so on. And in the past few years with EVAI, more than 30,000 genomic samples have been analyzed. Moreover, thanks to EVAI, we have been selected as startup champions from the EIC Accelerator program, securing a grant component of 1.7 million and an equity component to be discussed. The European Innovation Council Accelerator Challenge program is an extremely selective program with a success rate below 3%. And we have been between the 65 champions over more than 2,000 applications they received. So this selection validates the fine work that we are doing in Genome now, and also our vision for the future. This is the team that created Genome, composed by Ettore Rizzo, our CEO, Ivan Limongelli, our CTO, and me. We are the three co-founders. And today we are a team of 10 full-time professionals, and we also have an advisory board with the experts in the field of genomics, artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, but also marketing and sales. Thank you for the attention. And I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Very nice story. Any question from the audience? Let me check also if online. We do have one. Don't be shy. Please. You might. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a new word for me, definitely, this kind of thing. So I was just wondering, how are you feeding the database initially? Is it researched on by some specific people, or you're just doing database research? How did you set it up?
Okay, EVAI is a software that should be employed in a diagnostic routine. So it has to be to fulfill a list of requirements from the regulatory point of view. So the idea here is that the laboratory fills its own internal repository and manually curates variants, so that when new variants are met, the knowledge that has been collected till that point can be exploited to improve the accuracy.
So yeah, we thank you, Susanna. Thank you very much, and please another applause. And we quickly move to the second one, Luca Ravagnan. Hi, good afternoon, Luca. Ciao. CEO of WISE, active in implantable electrodes for transforming the problems of chronic pain, if I'm not mistaken, right? So Luca, please, the stage is yours.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity of presenting the story of WISE, and I hope the mic, I will not touch
Wait,
it.
because this device.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
I'm
don't
not
touch it.
high too much. Okay. So first of all, I'm the CEO and founder and one of the founder of WISE, and I want immediately to share with you the vision of the company. So WISE wants to be the first company producing neuroleads that are medical devices that are soft, conformable, stretchable, and minimally invasive. We are actually applying our proprietary technology on two families of products currently. The first are intraoperative electrodes for monitoring and stimulating the brain during brain surgery. This is a product that we have fully validated clinically, is now CE marked, so we are commercial on that product, and we are now under FDA scrutiny for then approval also in the United States. And we are now completing a second product, which is chronic electrode for spinal cord stimulation. And I will now, in the next few slides, show you those two products. But the vision of the company in long term is really to revolutionize the manufacturing of electrodes, both for stimulating and recording any tissue, for any implantable applications. And why is it so important? Well, especially in the neuro field, today there is a huge mechanical mismatch between the very soft nature of the neural tissue and the very hard nature of the standard neural leads. Well, just to put it very roughly, it's like hammering. What now people do, they are hammering nail in a padding, and the padding is the brain. So clearly you don't like it, and we don't like it as well. Well, actually the reason for this is that the current leads are made by hard metal pieces embedded in plastic sheets. And the result is that they are very hard. We have developed a technology that allows to close dramatically this mechanical mismatch. This is a stretchable electronic technology that we have developed, and now is covered by 5 patent families that are broadly approved. And this is now allowing us to reducing the invasivity, increase the conformability, and also making electrodes of new shapes. Just to give you a little bit of flavor of the technology, we are shooting metallic particles in a polymer. We are forming a composite which is stretchable, but also biocompatible, and we can do manufacturing very easily. We can even work on balloons for some application outside of neural field, but currently we are completely focused on the neural field. So coming on the first product, the WISE cortical strip, the product that is now commercial in Europe. Well, this is the indication of use is the usage for during brain resection for tumor or epilepsy are electrodes that are placed on the surface of the brain for stimulating and recording brain activity during brain surgery. Just to give you a comparison, you can see here the comparison of the conventional strip with our own. You can see how our thickness, the very low thickness of our electrodes allow a very conformal electrode, so we have very good contact at the end of the day, and this in turn becomes a very good stimulation of the tissue and a better neuromonitoring. As I said, we have concluded a clinical trial on this product. We are commercial in Europe and soon also in the United States. Just a few data on the clinical study, the WIN study. It was done in Europe, over 5 centers in 3 countries, Italy, Germany, and Switzerland. And not entering too much into details, but we directly compare our electrodes with the standard of care, and we were able to show that indeed our electrodes have half the impedance compared to the standard electrodes, which is obviously the lower the better. And also we had 8 times better adhesion compared to the comparator, and no side effects. So this is the base of our first product, but today I will also briefly show you what is the next stage. So this is commercial, this validates the technology, but now we want to enter into chronic market. And we are targeting chronic pain. As you might know, chronic pain is an indication that is affecting many people worldwide, and especially in the more severe forms. The main approach is the usage of opioids in high doses, but opioids are creating addiction and now creating really great problem, especially in the United States. A different approach is by spinal cord stimulation. You deliver electrical stimulation to the spine and blocking pain signal before it reaches the brain. This therapy already exists. It has a market of 2.5 billion worldwide, just the device market, 4 main players that you probably know quite well. But from our point of view, what is interesting is that all those players have 2 families of leads, either cylindrical leads or multi-column pedals. The cylindrical, from a user perspective, most of the users, so most of the pain therapists, implant electrodes through needle because they are a pain therapist. So they can only implant cylindrical leads. But from a therapeutic point of view, multi-column pedal allow a directional stimulation, much more controlled, so a better stimulation, but they require an invasive surgery for the positioning. So they have to be done in total anesthesia, are very invasive. As a matter of fact, now most of the patient get cylindrical leads, even if they're not the best one. We want to solve this, simply allowing a pedal to be inserted through percutaneous insertion. How? Making a pedal that can be folded in a needle and inserted through a needle. We were able to build this, and this is the Heron lead. At the end of the day, is a pedal that has wings. The wings can be folded on the catheter shaft and can be inserted in a catheter, and thanks to a nitinol spring, open in place. We demonstrated now on human anatomy during cadaver lab that indeed we can implant effectively the leads. Now over 10 surgeons tested the product, and we are now completing the validation, and we expect in the next few months, but probably a couple of years maximum, to get to the market. So this is now just to show you that indeed we're able to implant, to steer, the leads are steerable, and finally we can correctly place the electrodes in place. So this is the story. We want to, well, first to get 510K approval in the States on this product, to then be, well, do scale up of sales with the large players, and hopefully also to be bought from them. So completing shortly the story, we rose during our story 26 million euros, so it was long period. We took 10 years to reach this stage on several venture rounds. Last one was by 15 million in 2020. We were also quite successful on the grant side, so we got also 6 million of non-diluting grants. And we are currently 27 people, so we are not very small any longer. Well, clearly most of people are R&D, but now we have also manufacturing, because on the first product we are indeed selling them. And finally, we have a facility here in close to Milano, in Cologno Monzese. Actually, it's just crossing the street of Janssen, so we are on the same street of Janssen, but on the other side, in Via Bonaretti, and we have our clean rooms, we do our manufacturing. And so, well, if you're interested to come and visit, please just ring. You can find here my contacts. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure presenting the company, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. I will for sure come. Thank you for the kind invitation. Any question from the audience? Yes, there is one over there.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. Got a quick question. So this product is considered as a medical device?
Yeah, it's a class 3 medical device in Europe. Yeah.
So all the necessary data and analysis that you had to do during the registration process, did you do it yourself, or did you outsource some of these?
Well, we have a large regulatory internal team. So currently people involved in regulatory and quality are 5 people out of 27 into the company. We have also consultants that support us, especially on the clinical phase. We had a CRO that supported us on the clinical study. But we had to also to grow an internal team focused on that. And indeed, I would say in the last 3 years, most of the activity were regulatory oriented. So the first product was actually developed completely in 2017, and then all the clinical stage and so on took other 4 years before getting the approval last year in 2021. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question from remote. I'll try to translate it live. Can you elaborate around the basis of your academic roots and how those bases help your project? Number one. And number two, it's the same person, but number two, how did you overcome the intrinsic troubles that you found during financing during the early stage of your financing? Yeah,
wonderful
Which
question.
was also a piece of mind that I want to do, but And you have 1 minute to answer.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
no, you have more than 1 minute. Don't worry.
No. Well, no, thank you very much. Wonderful questions. So thank you for asking them. So I'm actually a material scientist by training. So I didn't say, so I'm a physicist. So I'm not coming from medicine, and I developed the technology in a laboratory at the University of Milan originally. And the funding team is all of material scientists. So indeed, yes, the research for us was extremely fundamental. We come from there, and it was not easy to start, especially when we started in 2011. So there were no institution like the one represented here. So the bringing innovation to and finding the first finance for innovation was very complicated. So we were lucky to find the first angel investor that invested the first 80,000 euros that were fundamental to kick off. And then it took time to raise the other. Obviously, every time you reach a critical milestone, you validate the technology, you demonstrate first that it works, that it on small animals, then on and go on and on and on. Then finding money becomes less complicated in a way. So it doesn't go up with the amount. So it is not proportional to the amount, the complexity of raising money. So the first 80,000 were certainly the most complicated in our story. So yeah, well, and I have to say that it's very, especially for a company like mine, where there is a scientific team funding the company, was important that, for instance, I left my career and I dedicated completely, I put my face and my reputation on this. And yeah, that was part of the bet to get money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. And if you, yeah, please. Let me move quickly to the next. Yes, please. Beatrice Riva, CEO and co-founder of ChemiCare, and I hope I pronounce it correctly. Yeah. ChemiCare. So ChemiCare is the first startup that proposes novel cutting-edge drugs as effective therapeutic solution to unmet medical needs caused by calcium alteration. So ChemiCare, it's a rare things to care.
Thank you so much, Fabio, for Stefano, for your introduction, and all the organizer for inviting me. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beatrice Riva. I'm the CEO and CSO of ChemiCare, and it's my pleasure to introduce our company that is the first Italian startup committed to develop new pharmacological therapies for calcium-related rare diseases. It's well known that calcium plays a key role in human cells, and its regulation is controlled by different mechanisms, including store-operated calcium entry, a particular mechanism that is activated after the depletion of calcium from the intracellular store. That is fundamental for calcium homeostasis. It has been reported that the overactivation of this mechanism induces an overload of calcium inside the cells that cause the onset of several pathological conditions, ranging from rare diseases like myopathies or dystrophy or metabolic disorders, but also diseases with higher incidence, for example, autoimmune disorders. For this reason, store-operated calcium entry can be considered a mechanism transversal that is involved in several pathological conditions. Furthermore, store-operated calcium entry is also a novel target in pharmacology. Indeed, at present, there are few store-operated calcium entry modulators in clinical trials, and none of them has reached the regulatory approval. Our solution is based on novel small molecules with a cutting-edge mechanism of action. Indeed, they are able to interfere with this overactivated mechanism, restoring calcium to physiological levels. In particular, we have two novel patented classes of small molecules, and our lead compound, CIC39, exhibits an high potency in a nanomolar range, has high selectivity for store-operated calcium entry channels, a good PK and safety profile, and also an easy manufacturing process for its production. At present, our research activity is focused on three important unmet medical needs. The first one is tubular aggregate myopathies, a cluster of rare genetic disorders where patients affected suffer from thrombocytopenia, abnormal bleeding, but also muscle stiffness and muscle degeneration. Here, I have reported our in vivo data that demonstrate the efficacy of our lead compound. In particular, we observed that our lead compound, CIC39, is able to increase the platelet levels and reduce the blood loss, but also contrast the muscle damage. The second pathological indications is the Duchenne muscular dystrophy, another kind of rare genetic disorders where patients affected suffer from muscle stiffness and muscle degeneration. In this case, we observed that CIC39 is able to significantly reduce the creatine kinase levels and also contrast the muscle damage. The third pathological conditions is acute pancreatitis, a sudden and painful inflammation of pancreas and peripancreatic organs. In this case, we observed that CIC39 significantly reduced the pancreatic edema and inflammation. Regarding the competitors, as I told you before, steropoietic calciumetry is a novel target in pharmacology, and there are few clinical trials ongoing in this kind of target for other kind of steropoietic calciumetry modulators. Our close competitor is the company Calcimedica that is in phase 2 of clinical trial with the compound CM4620 for acute pancreatitis. But we have performed several comparative experiments between our lead compound and CM4620, and we observed that CIC39 exhibits a higher selectivity, a lower cytotoxicity, and a better solubility as compared to CM4620. This is our pipeline. At present, we have demonstrated the vivo efficacy of CIC39 in these 3 pathological conditions, and we have started the preclinical development in order to establish the safety and the tolerability of our lead compound. This activity was supported by different research grants, also in collaboration with the University of Piemonte Orientale, but in particular by the investment of Bio4Dreams. We aim to conclude this kind of preclinical development in June 2023 in order to achieve the IND or CTA. This allows us to start the clinical studies to reach the clinical proof of concept by the end of 2025. And this is our development plan. We aim to conduct the clinical study phases in-house, in particular the phase 1 and the phase 1B or 2A. Upon reaching this milestone, we want to license out the IP to pharmaceutical companies. To achieve this milestone, we are looking for 7.5 million euros. This is our team that is composed by myself. I'm a pharmacology expert in calcium signaling. Professor Tracy Pirali, co-founder with me of ChemiCare medicinal chemist, and all the members of Bio4Dreams that significantly improve the value of our company in the last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much.
for Kemai. Any question? Yes, Marcella. Let's wait for the mic. It's coming.
Thank you, Beatrice. I saw that when you were presenting your team, most of the members are women. Did you find any specific difficulty when facing venture capitalists or whatever, given the fact that you have a gender imbalance that is normally the opposite? So we have a different composition of startups. So can you comment on this?
I think that this 3 years ago, I have this kind of problem, because I think that at present, this kind of board slowly try to change. But I think that there are some gap that now is very important, because I'm a scientist, Tracy is a scientist, the member of Bio4Dreams are women, but also very expert in the field. So I think that the gender difference is not important in this kind of world, because as a startup is the same between women and men. I think that there is no an important difference.
Okay, thank you very much, Beatrice. I think we need to move to the next one. Thank you very much. And I will invite now Filippo Piatti, CEO and co-founder of Artines. Filippo is a postdoc in bioengineering. and has transformed his passion in academic research into passion for applied innovation technology. And from 2018, together with his co-founders and the support of a team of experts, he's developing an innovative software to transform the approach to mini-invasive surgeries using AR and MLA. So Filippo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today and an honor to present our work and past achievements. I'm Filippo Piatti, CEO and co-founder of Artines. We are developing a patient-specific approach to optimize surgical interventions and specifically cardiovascular interventions. And why cardiovascular interventions? We know that heart diseases are one of the highest burden in the healthcare system, and we are targeting and focusing our technology to transcatheter and mini-invasive approaches to heart valve diseases, because we see that up to 35%, so more than 1/3 of patients leave the surgical room with no restore of normal and physiological conditions after surgery, and not because of the medical device failure, not because of the medical device problems in the surgical room, but because of the complexity to deal with patient-specific approaches. And the heart team must execute and plan a patient-specific approach on the patient. But today they miss a tool to better predict the implant outcomes, to plan and prevent complications, and to standardize the surgical time and steps. And this comes from the bottom, actually, from the major key opinion leaders in the field that are suggesting the need for novel tools to better prepare the patients, to better have an orchestration in the multidisciplinary approach to the patient, to have an execution in the surgical room with high standards to deliver the optimal therapy to the patients, and to drop the 30% of surgical failure and treatment failure that are currently still present in the surgical room. This is why we are developing a software platform named Articore, based on mixed reality technology, to bridge the gap from preoperative planning to intraoperative surgical execution. And we are delivering a live surgical assistant to provide instructions and implant guidance to the heart team to deliver a patient-specific approach based on a patient-specific plan. So our technology is based on, that was supposed to be a video, sorry, but just showing the technology and the first functionalities of the platform that are implemented. But it's basically a mixed reality platform that starts just right after data acquisition. So we ingest in the platform CT scan, MRI, ultrasound 3D that are taken on the patient for the diagnostic purposes to categorize the pathology. And the heart team itself, so it's a platform dedicated to the cardiac unit, can perform a 3D modeling of the heart. So extracting from this medical imaging a virtual avatar of the patient on which to perform patient selection, anatomical analysis in a 3D space, planning and simulation of the surgery, and then transforming this planning of the surgery into a surgical execution guidance system. What we provide with our platform, we improve the preparation on the patient, we lower the unexpected situations for the heart team, and we standardize the device implant steps so that the therapy can be executed specifically for that patient, as was previously planned. What we want to achieve, and we are trying to demonstrate now with clinical trials, is that this value proposition dedicated to the heart team delivers lower complication rates, shorter surgical time, and of course, improved outcomes on the patients. What we have done so far from this standpoint was a preliminary clinical validation with major surgeons and key opinion leaders from hospitals in Italy and one hospital in Germany that supported the development and testing of the platform and allowed us to reach a first CE mark of class 1 for a first intended use of the platform on approximately 100 patients analyzed in the last 2 years, and for scientific publication to support the first clinical data. That allowed us to start the first pilot launch on the market with our CE mark product. We have now 5 active hospitals, 6 under activation in Germany, and 4 prospects with which we are engaging. And we have already contracts ongoing with medical device companies that for us are a major partner at the moment because they are a faster distribution channel, but also a major stakeholder because we are proving value to their medical device implants. And in a picture, this is our first market penetration and activity on the market in the European territories because we are measuring 2 major KPIs: the number of hospitals that are willing to use our technology and the number of patients that are analyzed, because the raise in the number of patients means the day-by-day use of our technology and the must-have use of our technology to deal with complexities on the patients. This was done, of course, with the funding roadmap that until now saw a raise of nearly 2 million euros, also from research grants from Horizon 2020 program. And we are now searching for a next round as a pre-series A to target and to support the clinical validation that is needed now to prove the value of the platform and to extend the intended use to a class 2A as a planning tool. And then we will move next to the intra-procedural execution and support with specific clinical trials and specific regulatory pathway. The funding team, besides myself, I'm a PhD in biomedical engineering. There is Giovanni and Omar, our CEO and CTO, with the same background, more than 7 years of experience in the field, board members and co-founders from Polytechnic of Milano, of which we are a spin-off. And most importantly, apart from a full time equivalent team of 9 people, apart from the 3 of us and a lot of consultants and supporting partners, we have a clinical advisory board that covers all the surgical journey, from imaging experts until surgical execution experts and cardiac surgeons with an international experience also in medical device development. And as a closing remark, we see ourselves as a next generation patient-specific based platform to support surgery. We are building this journey with partners as Vodafone with exclusive partnerships to deliver our technology in the surgical room, also with 5G connection to enlarge the communication to the surgical room, with many programs and accelerators to which we are extremely helpful to our development. And our vision is also for further scale up of our technology. We are a software company. We have to be transversal to healthcare system. We see our platform as a robotic surgery platform to deliver robotic surgery as an augmented reality interface system. And we are already proving this in Horizon 2020 program, and to scale up next to other surgical fields. We have already contracts ongoing with Stryker and Olympus to test our technology in vascular system and laparoscopic approaches to abdominal surgery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Filippo. Stay with us for maybe one question. Any curiosity from the audience? Let me check also if we have. Maybe if no one wants to ask anything, I want to ask one. I have one curiosity. If you want to, if you would bet on the next one, would you choose more hospitals or more money?
I have no doubt. Absolutely, more hospitals.
Okay.
Absolutely,
cool.
More users.
Cool. I like it. Okay, so thank you very much, Filippo, again.
Thank you.
And it's with personal pleasure that I want you guys to see Marco Ferroni, the CEO of Maxell.
Thank you, Stefano.
Thank you. It's a startup that proposes a cutting-edge drug delivery system that enables a patient to preserve their sight from retinal diseases and may revolutionize the therapeutic approach in ophthalmological field. They are Maxell, and they protect your sites.
Thank you very much, Stefano. So, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Marco Ferroni, CEO and co-founder of Maxial. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you, and thank you very much for the kind opportunity. So, Maxial was born from the need to solve the problems related to age-related macular degeneration, a chronic and degenerative disease of the central portion of the retina and first cause of blindness in developed countries. Nowadays, patients have in common this kind of black hole that increases with the disease progression until a total and irreversible vision loss. What you can see is the current gold standard treatment for wet AMD. We are talking about intravitreal injections of drugs, very frequent and very annoying. Despite the great efficacy of the drug itself, as the only thought to undergo to this kind of treatment, a patient suffers from fear, anxiety, and abandons the treatment, and which is the main consequence of this reaction, of this feeling, total irreversible vision loss. So Maxial proposes i3D, an intraocular biodegradable drug delivery device able to replicate the current clinical strategy, but drastically reducing the number of intravitreal injections, the hospital accesses, and all the clinical burdens associated to the current therapy. In fact, our device, thanks to its magnesium-based components, is able to replicate the current clinical strategy and release drug doses properly loaded inside the device. Once injected into the vitreous chamber, the device is able to replicate the current clinical practice by means of the standard needle. In fact, the outer shell of the device is properly eroded by the fluid motion, and then a first drug dose is released. A second shell is eroded by the same mechanism, and a second drug dose is released with the same timing. This mechanism keeps on working until the total dissolution of the device and the completion of the therapeutic treatment. Due to the absence of drug delivery devices off the market for wet AMD, currently the product leaders are intravitreal drugs for the treatment of the disease, with a total market of $9 billion and in continuous growth. And we have to underline the great scalability of our technology, since it's highly drug independency and highly modularity. In fact, we are able to release and to deliver different kinds of active principles for intraocular and extraocular applications. According to our market story, we analyzed and highlighted the main unmet medical need in the field. In particular, we obtained that the main unmet medical need is the reduction of the number of intravitreal injection and the needs to extend the dosing between one injection and the other one. The second point is related to the need to develop a better drug delivery system for retinal diseases. And the third point is related to this question. So what new solution would you offer above the others? And the 50% of our stakeholder group and potential users answered implant ocular for 6 months. So which is the real impact of our solution when it will be available on the market? First of all, it will have a social impact due to the great reduction of the number of intravitreal injections, increasing the patient adherence and the patient compliance to the therapy. Then there will be a great reduction of the therapy overheads per patient covered by national health system, by insurance. And finally, it will make double-digit business opportunities for pharmaceutical companies, since our technology is able to avoid that a patient may abandon the treatment. So this is a brief recap of Maxial. We are a spin-off of Politecnico di Milano, innovative startup, and IP company. So we developed 2 families of patents with 2 granted patents in Italy and 6 pending patents, and we are working on the 3rd family. We raised €500,000, so important in order to consolidate the strategical collaborations in the field and consolidate the technological and scientific level of our technology. This is our team. Margherita, Francesco, and I represented the operative part of the team with several years of experience in the ocular biomechanics and in the vitro validation, development, characterization of magnesium-based devices. We are supported by a panel of advisors in continuous growth, in particular from a scientific and clinical point of view. And during our journey, we have been accelerated, supported, funded, and invested by several entities in the national ecosystem. So after the obtainance of the main milestones in the last 2 years, in particular, the compatibility of our technology from a pharmacological and from a biological point of view, the market validation and survey, and the obtainance of the first miniaturized prototype, which is an unicum from a technological point of view, we started at the beginning of this year the last in vitro activities in order to start in September the first pilot animal study for the preclinical evaluation. We are going to consolidate and extend these results in the last year with a second animal test campaign, followed by the first partnerships with pharmaceutical companies for clinical trials. In fact, in the next 2 years, our aim is to develop a drug container able to make it available to pharmaceutical companies that are free to include it in their product pipeline. So thank you very much for your nice attention. And this is the final slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Any question for Marco from the audience? Let me check if we have something online. Yes, please, Francesco.
Thanks so much and congratulations for this great technology. And my question is, which data have enabled you to reach the initial funding of 500K?
Thank you very much for the next question. And the first data was strictly related to the research behind the spin-off. We started as a research project. So we had a methodology able to consolidate the peculiar characteristic of the device in terms of potential drug release and the compatibility of the solution in a vitreous chamber. So we started with this kind of knowledge of the technology, which is able to receive the first funding as a proof of concept and other grants and different fundings in order to consolidate and reach the TRL where we are.
Okay, thank you very much, Marco.
Thank you again.
And I want to thank you, Susanna, Luca, Beatrice, Filippo, the rising stars, or but what already stars, I would say already, for this session again. Thank you very much for your patience, and we're gonna move quickly to the next session. Thank you very much, guys. I'll do this. I want to do this for the last time.
Oh, you like that one, huh? Okay, so Letizia, you want to come on stage for the last session in industry? Okay, works. I'll do the keep some.
Alle 4 ne parte uno, perché ci sono già un po' di persone che devono prendere alle 4, quindi alle 4 sicuramente parte. Sì, dove la lasciato?
So I would say thank you, Filippo, Marco, Stefania, Vincenzo, Maurizio, Susanna, Luca, Beatrice, really refreshing and impressive technologies that you have presented. I'm Letizia Goretti. I'm part of the Johnson & Johnson innovation team. My job is in building alliances and partnership in the genomic space and with the semiconductor industries. And today I'm hosting our next panel, a roundtable. And we are talking about the point of view of industry in engaging in this vibrant Italian ecosystem. I'll invite here our esteemed panel of colleagues from life science industries. Let me drop that. I'll find the names in a moment. Have it. So let me call on stage. I have the pleasure of bringing on stage today Marco Gorini, Healthcare Innovation Head from AstraZeneca. Roberto Orsenigo, Early Products and Embrace Leader from Novartis. Elena Fernandez-Kleinen, Head of J Labs Europe. Andrea Beccari, Head of Discovery Platforms, Dompe. And Bobby Kaura, Illumina for Startups. We are representatives of large life science industries. Gianluca Gala. Forgot one. Ciao Gianluca. MSD Italia. Sorry, there were many. I remember all the names of the previous panel, as you notice. So we are all operators of innovation. We work for large life science industries. I mean, the essence and the reasons to exist of our industries is to bring innovation to patients, so to bring solution to healthcare problems that serve patients globally. And we all also recognize the importance of playing a role in innovation ecosystems. And we have different engagement model. I would like, as a way of introducing each of you, if you could quickly explain our audience, what is your engagement model in the innovation ecosystem? Let me taking from my left to the right. Gianluca, you want to start? And if you guys want to come forward, stand up to make it more dynamic, as you wish.
As you prefer. No, I'm fine. Okay, thanks. So thank you, Laura. Thank you for the organization for inviting us. I'm Gianluca Gala, MSD Italy. Yeah, MSD is a pharmaceutical company that is everywhere in the world, actually, and our aim is to become the premier in intensive research biopharmaceutical company. And this actually means that we want to engage and achieve our objectives, not just through our own research, doing just by ourselves, but also working intensively through partnership and engagement model. This is just to give you an example, help us to find opportunities that support our revenue lines. 2020 data, 65% of our revenue is supported mainly by products that comes from partnership agreements with research companies, with other pharmaceutical companies, mainly in 5 key areas that are oncology, immunotherapy, immunology, vaccines, as well as neuro disease disorders. And how we're doing that? Actually, we have 2 major milestones that support our engagement model. One is related to specific business development and licensing hubs that we have in some key areas around the world, actually, like in the Boston area, in London, in Europe, where our business development licenses colleagues first works directly together with the environment. So there are specific areas where we work together with academia, with universities, with startups, with venture capital, with the financial spaces. In these hubs, we have specific research competencies that allow us to identify the opportunities as quickly as we can. We can evaluate those opportunities, and then inside these specific hubs, we have also opportunities to sign those deals. So actually, we're trying to reduce the chain and to activate these opportunities as quickly as we can. The second element that we have is a dedicated, as one of the, I mean, pretty common in big pharma companies, dedicated venture fund internally in our Merck Research Laboratories. It's called the MRL Venture Funds that specifically works at early stage, identified opportunities at early stage. And just to give you a bit of numbers around that, we invest so far $500 million in capital to date, an average of $15-20 million per project, 15 companies actually in current portfolio, as well as 6 IPOs already done. To close, clearly we have the Italian branch that works together with this engagement model that I just told you. And actually our challenges and opportunities to work within this environment to understand and to scout for opportunities from the Italian science that we just have seen how much we are good in producing science, and we really need to scale up this science within our structure. Thanks.
Thank you. Marco, you want to go next?
Sure. So first of all, thanks for the invitation, and thanks, Fabio, for this kind of invitation. So basically, I'm the head of healthcare innovation at AstraZeneca Italy. I would say our remit is basically to develop innovative digital solutions for patients to complement our core business, that of course is drugs in the therapeutic areas that we are involved in. Why I think we are doing so, and of course this is not unique, many companies here are going in what is called beyond the pill. So why we are investing here, I think that it's clear for us that the impact of digitalization and the impact of technology in how patients are living with their diseases has really changed so much. So we recognize that in the patient pathway there are at least 3 points where technology can play a role, and we can't ignore that. Everything as connected to before being a patient. So all the, I would say, early recognition of the diseases, so early treatment, early identification is one of the key points. Another important point is the referral. So how we can ensure that the right patients are seen by the right specialists. And we know that unfortunately for many diseases, especially the rare ones, patients struggle so much to be visited by the right physician in the right time. And then once a patient is being diagnosed, how they can live with their disease, and how technology nowadays can really help them live better, better quality of life, better outcomes. I would say, in a word, if you ask me for an engagement model, we believe that co-creation is the word. I mean, we recognize that we can't do everything. As a pharma company, we have our strengths in terms of knowledge of the disease, connection with the healthcare system. But for example, we need to partner with tech partners. There is, outside companies that can play that role, being mature companies or startups. I mean, it doesn't matter, but we have to connect with other players that have the skills and know-how in that field, and then being connected to the ecosystem, because you can gather the best innovative solution in the world, but if you don't have an health ecosystem that wants to test it and to embed it in the way that treat the patients, basically you're useless. So I would say there is a learning curve to do, but yeah, the engagement model is basically to create solutions with other players.
Thank you. Roberto, we already saw today an amazing example of Novartis engaged in the ecosystem. Yeah. What else? What is your model? How did you source this type of opportunity?
Yeah, let me start in this way. First of all, the pharma division of Novartis is called Innovative Medicine, and it's not by chance. And this is not why we are developing in our pipeline more than 80 new molecular entities. It's leveraging on a different type of platforms, ranging from the traditional synthetic chemistry or the traditional biological approach with monoclonal antibodies, for instance, but also leveraging on more advanced treatments like cell therapy, gene therapy, or radioligands, as we have seen before. Which drug, whatever drug you have and whatever definition of innovation you are using, you have also to consider that each drug has its own particularities, its own characteristics, that partly is related to the compound itself, partly is related to the molecular target, partly is related to the pathophysiology that you are targeting. But despite the fact that you can face and resolve all this issue, then you have your development pathway, because you have your regulatory endpoints, you have your clinical endpoints, and so on. Even if you are able, after years of having your product that is not yet a drug, but is a product, that is available for submission for getting the marketing authorization, and so you have at the end of the innovation, then it takes years before the innovation is really adopted. So what you have to do is to start much earlier to identify which are the pain points that the drug, the innovation that you are bringing may have once it's on the market. And these pain points can be everywhere. So our model is we start with a 360 degrees analysis of the patient journey to understand where the pain points are and how to fill the gap early and years in advance so that we can save time. We can arrive at a moment in which the innovation will be available, that is really available. So the adoption is quick, is smooth, and is sustainable. That's the other magic word, sustainable.
Elena?
Thank you, Letizia. And maybe I can stand up a little bit because it's like sitting the whole day. Nice to meet you. I'm head of J Labs in Europe, based out of the London Innovation Center, and I'm colleague of Letizia. The engagement model that J&J is using is really an open innovation model, right? Is how do we engage, how do we harness the innovation into J&J, and how do we interact with entrepreneurs and academia and innovators out there? And the way we're doing it is with that innovation, open innovation model, we have on the one hand side our innovation centers that are really transacting and partnering collaborations at early stage, and that the idea is really to take the research and de-risk it to the degree that we can then sort of onboard it into our pipelines. And in that model, with the early stage, we talk to our colleagues in JJDC, which is our venture arm, and J Labs, our incubation. So we like to think of it as a toolbox, and we look at different tools that can accelerate and sort of really deploy the technologies and the solutions out there into the market. And every company or every entrepreneur will actually need something different at different stages. So some of them will, find equity is going to be important at the beginning. Some of them need expertise, industry expertise. We heard this morning the whole gap around translating that rich academic research and science into commercially viable products. So you need that industry expertise. And so what do we do with J Labs? It's an incubator. It's a no strings attached incubator. And what we do is really nurture early stage companies. And the anchor point, we're offering services to the companies as well as infrastructure. But throughout the pandemic, we've really learned that virtual services can actually be very, very helpful for them. Because a lot of, not only pandemic wise, but Europe is we heard it as well, not only Italy is fragmented, but Europe is, there are a lot of countries and people don't want to just travel around and physically move from one location to the other. And while our incubator is physically located in Belgium, it's difficult for an Italian company to actually move into the premises. So by offering virtual services to them, where we can bring them into our network and promote them and give them the ability to actually do a lot of the things that they need to do on a virtual service. And one of them is the mentoring, and it's about industry mentors, experts in the field, depending again of what the company needs. We handpick these industry experts. It could be regulatory, it can be clinical, it can be in CMC, whatever it is the company needs. And we have a very formalized system of mentoring, and that really helps the companies, guide them in the right way. What are the right assays they need to do at the right time? And that is what industry can really help them with right from the get-go at the beginning. And then furthermore, we connect them with investors. We have a huge investor hub with more than 200 VCs globally where we can connect them should they be fundraising. We have other service providers that they can access at a discounted range. They can, we really put spotlight onto these companies as well, because a lot of the science and scientific entrepreneurs, while they want to really focus on the science, which is great, they forget about telling the story. And we really help them, pinpoint what are the differentiators in their company, what is the story they want to tell, how are they selling themselves to the VC community, for example. So opportunities for conferencing, programming. We do this digitally through webinars, but also to face-to-face and networking opportunities. And that's in a nutshell how we support entrepreneurs and innovators at early stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Thank you for a big global company. We are the smallest in the list. Of course, Dompe Farmaceutici is a small but fast-growing company. Now we have our Dompe US, and we are selling our own product with our own firm. That for us is a big result in terms of the scope of how we address innovation and competition. Of course, is different respect to our panelist, because of course we have a small size. We took the decision to grow by research and development on our own product. That is very bold for a small company with a very short pipeline, of course. So the idea is to, we have different approach for different part of the innovation. So we try to find complementary startups or companies that can, when we take the maximum where we are the weakest. So we take internally the research in terms of the design of the drug discovery campaign and all the computational stuff. So we do the design of the molecule in our own, and we outsource all the wet lab activities and preclinical activities, because we need no chance to be competitive worldwide, thinking to can embed anything inside. So the strategy is find anywhere it is the highest vertical competence for translational medicine that can evaluate as soon as possible the molecule that we design and develop internally to push up to the clinical. And for example, we have done with the molecule that we have actually in clinical for on the market for ophthalmology indication. Then we took a molecule for the Italian research, is the molecule from Rita Levi Montalcini, and then we developed very fast, and now it's commercialized at the first in class in the United States. And also in another example for us is for another project still in ophthalmology, that we find a very good competence, strong competence in Harvard Medical School that have all the preclinical and translational to arrive very fast in clinics. It's completely different, the approach that we have for the development of the platform. As I said, we maintain internally the development of the technological platform. So computer simulation, now there is this tremendous hype in artificial intelligence simulation. We started 15 years ago when it's not so crowded in the field. In this case, we decided the best strategy in Europe was to leverage on European funding. So all the platform have been developed since 2015 using European funding that allow us globally to reach more than 50 million euros. So even for a small company like us, at the end, we have a total investment thanks to the work of the partners that we have that is huge for our company if it's thought about just the software development of the platform.
Thank you. It's quite amazing, actually, to hear that a small company, as you call Dompe, very much rooted in Italy, when wants to accelerate innovation, goes to Harvard. And I think that tells us that, I mean, we are competing for innovation at global scale. We all want to be the best and the fastest to provide the best product eventually to patient. And so for me, this is the realization and the confirmation that innovation is a global competitive market. Thank you. And Bobby.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me, I just got to get my chewing gum out my mouth. Scared I might spit it on someone. So my name's Bobby. I'm part of Illumina for startups. Illumina is a genomics next generation sequencing company and analytics platform. And Illumina's mission is to improve healthcare by unlocking the power of the genome. And what we've realized is that we can't do that by ourselves. And that gave birth to Illumina for startups. So my role is to look at global ecosystem entrepreneurial development. And Illumina for startups is almost like a playground. It's a platform, a portal for entrepreneurs, for VCs, for community builders to come together and think about what it takes to support the development of entrepreneurship startups. In our case, genomics, omics startups. And what we've done over time is thought about how does that translate into working into different geographies. And so we've got a few engagement models that operate in different countries. And I'm going to share maybe 2 or 3 of those. The first one is Illumina Accelerator. And that's our flagship company creation engine. It's hosted in both in San Francisco, and we have one in Cambridge, which opened about 3 years ago. And it supports, I'd say, there's support across 4 key resources. So the first resource, and these resources have come about with us thinking about what does it take to create entrepreneurs? What does it take to create startups? The first one, the first pillar would be access to finance. So we work with a network of our partners that can provide upfront convertible notes, but also in the UK specifically, we raised through our finance partners a £30 million fund, a boost capital fund, which has been set up to match the raise that a company has. So if you're looking to raise 2 million, technically you can say that 1 million of that is committed through the fund, and then you've got to look for your lead investor to raise the other million. And we do that between £500,000 up to £4 million. The second part is access to sequencing. So we're, as a company, we have a lot of expertise in sequencing, in R&D, and the accelerators are co-located with our R&D function. So when a company comes to us, when startups come to us, what we really want thinking about is how do we help them create IP? How do we help them create compelling data, those killer experiments that's going to support them to get the valuation in their company as they go and raise that Series A. So, and equally, while we're doing that, we'll give them access, if necessary, to early access to our innovation. Some things that we may not be using, that may not be on the market, but we think that these entrepreneurs and startups can do to create differentiation in their product. Equally, we open up the whole of Illumina for their use. So if you need expertise in a particular area, whether it's library prep, whether it's DNA extraction, whether it's the sequencing itself, whether it's the computation and informatics, they're able to access those experts as they build out their product. Illumina does not take an interest in IP or data. We really are looking to push the boundaries of what we do as a technology company and to present these companies that go on to action the genome. And we truly believe that that is the way in which you can push technologies and improve healthcare by letting these companies go on to do their things. The third one, which I think is pertinent to this conversation and today, and I actually think it's probably the secret source of what we can do, is create communities, create villages around these entrepreneurs and startups that actually help rise the tide together so none of these ships sink alone. So we work with VC partners, not necessarily to get money or to get access to capital straight away, but actually what does it take to create VC backable companies? You can be a successful entrepreneur, but are you a VC backable entrepreneur? And that way, that conversation, that relationship starts way before you actually look for your first check. We talk to pharma partners, we talk to healthcare partners to provide that guidance, that advice to our startups, say, hey, what is it that you're developing? Have you addressed the customer at the end? And is it really a product that you want to take to market where there is a need for it? In some cases, you have to create the market. In some cases, you take a product into the market. And then finally, what we have as part of that 4 sort of key resource offering is location. We have, in both locations, we have 2 labs, BSL2 labs, both with mammalian cell culture facilities. And when we do work with our startups and entrepreneurs for 6 months on site, they do the sequencing and then we support them and we create that, as I said, that village around them with a dedicated team and all of our network partners thereafter. That's Illumina Accelerator. We have, where we have that co-location with R&D, it's of course suits that need to have that cross-pollination. But like in China, we had to partner, and we did partner with a third-party VC, Sequoia Capital, to create Chinese genomic startups in China for China. In Australia, we thought actually there's a different model that we would like to leverage as an engagement model, which is a public-private partnership with the University of Melbourne and the government of Victoria. It's to develop the beginning, or let's say get that nascent sort of understanding of what biotech and genomics looks like, to get to a stage where people understand what investment in these type of companies takes. Where does the entrepreneurship start? How do you get the academics to think entrepreneurially, and then to help them create companies that go on to become billion-dollar valuations? I'll pause at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We heard a lot, and that was just the introduction. Let's debate a little bit. I have different questions for you, and as a starting point, because also people in the audience or online, please, let's make this time our time. Different questions for different stakeholders of the innovation ecosystem. For those that are deeply rooted in Italy or operating today in Italy, if you could maybe articulate strengths and weaknesses, like the basic analysis of what's strong and what's the gaps you are experiencing. And then for Elena, Bobby, you are, as I see you, more of a global operators. And we are like today taking an opportunity to explore a market where I don't think we are heavily focused or present at the moment. And so what would make this innovation ecosystem a reason for a group like an Illumina Venture or a JLabs come here and go get more deeply engaged in this ecosystem? So as an external operator. Let's take a round. Gianluca, we can start again from you, but let's quickly make sure that we hear from all the different perspectives, and then we give an opportunity to the audience to debate with us.
Yeah, thanks again. I will try to not repeat a lot of, and I'm very glad that there are a lot of similarities in what we're all trying to do here. Yeah, represent a big pharma company, but the challenge that we have here at local level, it's actually we can tell a lot of stories that MSD is doing in around the world in terms of success, around doing projects around prevention. We have Ebola projects that we started a few years ago that was very successful in that sense. But one of the key elements that I would just want to underline here is that, like JJ was experimenting, here in Italy, we really have an incredible level of science, as we've seen this morning, and we really need to have opportunity to scale up this science within our companies. And how we are doing that, successful story. Last year, we launched, we're trying to put together a diverse environment of different companies, starting from pharma, biotech, startups, financial environment, even insurances that are interested to understand how we can support this process. And this is not just a matter of money to invest. As we just heard, it's a matter of helping startup scientists to do their homeworks, if I may, to be successful in the next years. So we accelerate fewer startups companies, and actually we have the luxury to have Kaiser biotech groups also to work together and literally mentoring, helping, and just trying to answer a few questions that for us are even basic questions. This was helping a lot companies, even from a local perspective, to understand how to design their phase 1 trials, their early trials that can be of a value for a pharmaceutical company to invest in the next future. So in that sense, open innovation, not just alone, in open innovation in network, it's the buzzword that we're literally looking after. what are the challenges that we afford here at local level? Clearly, we heard this morning and even before. Here in Italy, there are, especially with the new plants, with the next generation plan, the PNRR, we have a lot of opportunities. Money is coming. The problem in how much bureaucracy we need to overcome, even for us, the public-private interactions and way to do projects is still a bit of a nightmare especially for the public system. There is a lot of, if I may using the word, it's scaring to use this level of tools to implement here. So there are attempts. We hope this is going to be implemented, but this is one of the slowing down elements that raise the barriers for us to do innovation here at the local level. Again, it's not a matter of money, it's a matter of legislation, it's a matter of opportunities, because I guess everyone here aims to, if I may, increment the Italian flag around the innovative space, especially in the healthcare system. So I try to be very quick to give our perception.
So Luca, I couldn't agree more. Let me just build on your words. So what is not working? I think this morning we are very much time fragmentation. That is something that we are experiencing in terms of companies. It's true. This is particularly true in the terms of data. I think we are all experiencing the struggle that we have as private companies to have a huge amount of data that are available but are not interoperable. So we struggle to put them together and to apply technologies that now with AI, really you can gather great insights, but you need to have huge amount of data that are connected and good quality data. Am I positive in terms of the development? You're right, money is coming. Probably not only money. For the first time, Stefan was referring to that at the beginning of his moderation. We also have guidance that is coming. We have a clear, I would say, vision that has never been experienced so far in terms of dealing with the new fascicolo sanitario elettronico 2.0. So to use data for secondary use or for research purposes, this is great. Also, telemedicines for the first time has been in a way addressed in terms of having a unique national platform. So defining the standards and starting from there. So, and it is important because of course with telemedicine, we can gather millions of data points from patients. Also at the European level, the European health data space is delivering a common ground for putting together data also across different countries. So I would say we are in the right space to take this opportunity. It's not a journey that will finish tomorrow. Probably it's a long run, 4 years for having final results. But I would say the fragmentation for sure is a problem, but I see also from the institutional level that we are taking them. And the companies are ready to work together to this. And probably one answer could be the fact that companies, Novartis is here, other companies are working in this pre-competitive environment here in mind, in the Federated Innovation. We have really also being competitors in some specific fields. We are willing to work together to build an ecosystem that can work, that can leverage opportunities for everyone. And then of course, every single company will develop and deploy its private and vertical assets. But I think this is the way to go.
Thank you. I'm not touching the same points because you already well highlighted this. I'll start again from the magic word fragmentation, but with a different perspective. Because it's true that, and we have heard many times today that we have a fragmented healthcare system with different regions and so on. But we have also fragmentation in the patient journey, in a sense that there are several stakeholders that are rotating around the patient. Of course, the patient itself first, but then you have caregivers, you have physicians, you have a pharmacist, you have nurses, you have the administrator, you have a lot of different stakeholders. And in many cases, these stakeholders are really exceptional people. The problem is that they are not connected or they are not connected enough. So what we are trying to do, for instance, is leveraging on the digitalization and digitization of data is trying to create connection between these different stakeholders. We have, for instance, generated platforms, digital platform using the artificial intelligence, so that the primary care, the clinician in the primary care, the general practitioner, instead of, let's say, waiting for patient knocking at the door, doctor have a problem, they can use artificial intelligence to screen their clinical records and receiving alerts that this patient, there is something wrong with him or with her. So please refer this patient, take an action with this patient, send the patient to the right center when he can get the right intervention in case. And on top of that, you can, of course, build other infrastructure. You can connect with telemedicine, or you can also have teleconsultations that you don't need to move physically the patient sometimes. And this is really an advance because it moves in the direction of proximity of care that is really at the center of what is let's say, the new healthcare system that is being designed with the reform. The other aspect that is partly due to the fragmentation and to the fact that we need to connect, I think that also thinking about the data, the amount of data that we are producing is enormous. We are producing something like 2.5 quintillions of bytes every year. So it means that none of us owns the knowledge anymore. The knowledge is something that is delocalized. If today we could think about a genius, no? Like Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci today is not a single person. Leonardo da Vinci is in each of us. And the secret here is why? Because each of us has its own competence, its own skills, its own expertise. And if we manage to connect our knowledge, then we created the new Leonardo. And this is the way that we have to move forward. And places like Mind, this is the ideal place where this kind of things can happen.
As you wish. It doesn't need to follow a strict order.
So from my perspective, you know, what I would encourage the entrepreneurs and startups is really to come to industry earlier on. I think there is always still this mindset of, you know, big pharma is going to steal your idea, or, you know, the IP and so on. But I think that, and there was a very good publication last year, actually, from a known VC in Belgium that was analyzing those companies that came in early to industry and their success rate in the marketplace and how they exited successfully. And there was a clear correlation between, you know, getting earlier, you know, as in a partnership with industry. And I think that is something in an open innovation environment that we can support with. And in particular, JLabs, what we're looking at, we're not looking at taking any IP, we're not taking any equity from the companies, we're not taking any rights. And I think that is hopefully something that, you know, makes the companies, or hopefully lets the company feel at ease, because this is not our intention. Our intention is to really understand the science and nurture the science and accelerate the science as much as we can. Now, what are the criteria we look for? Definitely robust science, meaningful scientific hypothesis that needs to get either proven through proof of concept studies and validated. We look for strong teams. You know, is it a serial entrepreneur? Is it a first-time entrepreneur? What are the advisory boards? How well connected are they in the ecosystems? What are the sort of, yeah, not only connectivity, but expertise they're bringing into the company? The unmet medical need that they need to address and need to be differentiated. And a lot of the companies are like, well, you know, I hear so many pitches of the companies and they think they are, you know, the best in the area. And I'm like, you don't understand the competitive landscape, because otherwise you would have really told me what your secret sauce is, you know. And how do you differentiate really meaningfully so that pharma can actually jump on this and say, wow, this is something completely novel, you know. And it is IP protection, obviously, because that's going to be your asset, but that's owned by the company at the end of the day. And, you know, ultimately, it's all about how we can help them, not only from concept ideation, when they have the idea, the hypothesis, over to a commercial viable solution and de-risk it over time, but also that scale up. I think we talked about scaling it, and because we're a global network of incubators, we're 13 incubators globally, you know, we have the ability to support companies grow from Europe into Asia or into the North American region. And so we have examples whereby an oncology company wanted to actually run some clinical studies in Asia because the incidence of lung cancer was very high. And by supporting them, by connecting them with the right hospitals, with the right clinicians, with the right investors, they instantly had an easier kickoff in that region. And that's something we can also provide and help. So, you know, I think my message is, get out of your comfort zone. I think to this point here from the colleagues on the panel, it's all about connectivity. The world is your oyster out there. There's so many opportunities and you know, chances. And I think as a pharma and industry partner, we'd love to help you.
Thank you. We actually got the chance to discuss during lunch meeting, so I definitely agree with you. Yes, I try to move to another point that is close. So the problem is fragmentation. For me, is also related on the concept of critical mass. That is not necessary something physical, it's something mental for me. I explain. So the point is that we lack maybe the view, the ambition now to do something more that we are doing now. So especially when you started something, you are not really interested in building up from the beginning a network of excellence to speed up. No. In Italy, we try to do what we do our own. We are very friendly, we are in our comfort zone. So I do this thing, I do well, it's fine. It is good for company, is very true for academia. So there is a cultural and problem for me in not to think what we are doing and developing in most of the cases very relevant to put in the context of the final arrival. So where the thing that I found is a nice outbreak of my research could become a product a moment in time. So if I miss the trajectory, we waste 90% of the idea because at some point we publish, so we cannot generate any patent anymore. Now the information is spread. So maybe it's the reason why, I don't know, there is a Nespresso and we have a Pizza Hut. We do not the Napolitan pizza or the Italian espresso globally. No, so it works everywhere. I think this is one of the major problems in Italy. It seems that we do not like to expand and force to go outside. So we are very confident to stay in our shelf.
Okay, so I think I'll be very brief. The overall problem in any geography that we might want to enter is normally a case of translation. We see phenomenal research, and we just haven't figured out what are those levers that will convert that research into commercial or clinical applications. So here are the 4 or 5 things that we would look at. One, I think location matters. I think creating locations like this, I think creating proximity between entrepreneurs and companies and pharma and healthcare absolutely supports an entrepreneurial agenda and should do more of it. And I think that's already starting, mine being one of those places today. I think the second one is working with universities and tech transfer offices. I think understanding what does good IP look like? How do you translate that IP? I think from a very early, at least in the other locations where we've worked, we've noticed one thing where academics are also taught from a very early stage that, look, the research and the experiments you might do to get into a Nature paper is not the same experiment you're going to do to get a clinical and commercial product to market. So if you think differently, design your experiments differently. And then give them the space to go on, maybe do sabbatical, 6 months here, 12 months here, to focus solely on developing companies. I think the third one is developing talent. So I spoke about universities and research. I think talent, attraction of talent, retention of talent, and giving them space just to go and take that risk in a safe environment. That's something that we need to nurture and do more and more. So, and I think this is where industry can help with entrepreneurship programs, with having placements, whether it's doing university, whether it's doing post-university and post-grad. I think we need to do more of that. The other thing that with talent, what happens is when and I've seen examples of successful startups and entrepreneurs coming from Italy. We've got to think about compounding entrepreneurship. People have come through that startup that go on to do their own startups thereafter. So it's not just raw from an academic setting, it's people that are leaving companies to create their own companies. I think that's going to work very well. The last one I'll think about is how do we work with VCs? It's, you know, we spoke about earlier, it's no point in creating startups if there is no follow-on capital. We've got to think about local investment in local companies, whether that's pre-seed, that's seed plus. You know, Series A is a global event. And if you've got a team and science and technology, you will get financing, you'll get backing. But we need to support entrepreneurs at the beginning. Give them that chance, that little bit of runway that they need to go and get that POC.
Thank you very much. Fabio, is there any question from the people online or any question here from the audience? Yes, there is.
Hi, Eduardo Negroni, Aurora Science and Investment Company in Italy. I have a question for both Elena and Bobby. Given the fact that you are global incubators with virtual services, which is quite innovative. We're waiting for the others to come, who have local models, but they will eventually evolve into a virtual global model. So what kind of relationship you have with between your incubators to receive services? So what kind of services do you give to companies? You have partially highlighted this, but is there any contractual arrangements beyond the fact that there is no strings attached? The second question is, do you have to be a registered company to receive such services? Because we do a lot of mentoring personally in Italy, in Spain, and my advice is never register a company before having capital. So it's just crazy. You go nuts if you register a company if you don't have an investor. And third, you have partially replied to the question, Bobby, now, but what kind of engagement model do you have with investors of any kind, whether high net worth individuals, business angels, early stage, late stage VCs? That's something I would like to know. I've seen the example in Bursa, FutureX in Israel is a fantastic model, but Illumina is a growing model. So definitely, I would like to know the answer.
Your microphone. Let me start from the back. In terms of the engagement with investors and you know what we do is so we have our investor hub. What this is a very simple engagement with the VCs, whereby we offer VCs the opportunity to either come on site to our incubation for one-on-one, you know, interactions with the company, or also getting first sight of visibility to our companies. Currently in the global JLabs portfolio, we have over 800 companies, and I can just give you, you know, if you Google JLabs Navigator, it's actually a nice dashboard tool that can allow you to see at one site geographically where all these companies are and what they're doing. You can filter them by keywords. So the Investor Hub is really a pool of different VCs that we have and interact with for seed and primarily seed and Series A, not so much the later ones, because that's the majority of our companies as well. Hope that I've answered that part. With regards to incorporation or registration, as you said, we take a membership fee for the companies that are coming for the virtual model. If you choose to come to be a resident physically on site, that is a slightly different agreement. Now, the agreements are legal agreements, nothing big complex, but we would need a legal entity as a company to put on that contract. It's just much more difficult if it is an academic institution from a healthcare compliance perspective, etc. So we would like the company to be incorporated, regardless of which country. It doesn't really matter where they are sitting and incorporated. And then the other aspect were around the services that we're providing. I think I touched upon some of them. I think it's a wraparound of all the needs that companies have. So ranging from the accounting services that we can provide them. Bobby was talking about talent. How can they really ramp up their company through new hires through talent? Recruitment is a huge topic for startups in our incubator network. These are services that they can access at a discounted range. If we didn't talk too much about the infrastructure per se, but if people are interested in the labs, these labs are fully equipped from the get-go. Somebody was talking this morning about, well, I have to worry about buying all the equipment to actually get into the lab. That's not the case with JLabs. You go into the labs, they're fully equipped, BSL2, and you can start immediately. We have an operational team that is supporting you as well. So from that end, it's like really trying to feed the companies. They can really focus on the science and they can move on, and JLabs will take care of all the back end and the burdensome things that are in the lab. And in terms of, I think I talked about global networking. We have Center of Excellence. So let me just give you one example, just as an idea. Because we have a global network of JLabs, we recently opened up last year our Washington, DC JLabs. And obviously in the Washington, DC, we're just sitting on the Children's National Hospital premises, and with very good insights also and good relationships to BARDA as the Biomedical Association there for diseases. And those are some of the connections and the networks that we can give companies that are even based in Europe, regardless, right? Just because they're part of our network, we're really having the ability to connect them to these type of stakeholders or other stakeholders. For example, we have a Center of Excellence for medical devices in Houston and Texas. Those are the connectivities that we can provide them, as well as just some of the examples. And with that, I'll give to Bobby.
How are we doing for time?
You answer, and then I still take time for a final question.
Okay, so let's go with it. So services, we're a physical location. We expect our startups to sit with us for 6 months. We have that funding cycle twice a year. We work with preferred partners. So if it's high throughput biology with sequencing. We provide sequencing credits. So now if anyone's ever done any sequencing projects, these projects can start at 20,000, they can go up to hundreds of thousands. And so what we do is we fuel them with all that sequencing capacity and reagents. We will leverage companies like AWS to provide cloud infrastructure and services. We work with preferred legal firms to provide all the upfront IP generation or contract laws or employment laws. And one of the reasons is that, this leads to the second question, is that we start very early. Like, we're investing in people at that point. And they can be, 2 co-founders, it can be 2 ideas on a whiteboard. But by the time that they join Illumina Accelerator, they need to be an incorporated company. We take 7% of common share in all of our startups. So you need a legal basis from that. And also equally, we see companies coming from globally. So we need to make sure that everything's prim and proper there. In terms of engagement with investors, when we first launched Illumina Accelerator in Cambridge, we had, it's not a collaboration, but a loose relationship with SV Health, with Sofinova, with Saventure, with F Prime, top tier VCs, because we wanted to make sure that the ecosystem is there to support the startups as they come out. Through the accelerator, we have VC office hours. So we've, and like I said, this isn't to get finance from that point on, it's to build a relationship, is to understand what it takes to be a VC backable company, the type of data that will be requested, the type of team that's, that VCs look at as they see a Series A team, and so on and so forth. From services, incorporation, engagement. And so having done all of that, overall, I think we've taken 68 companies now through the accelerator that have on aggregate gone on to raise over $1 billion now. I think we have 93% of our companies that get follow on. And I think through the model, we actually do encourage diversity. So I think the cool fact is that of all of our companies, 50% of our co-founders are female, of which 22%, I think, are roughly about 22% are CEO co-founders. And a slight fact, at least amongst our companies, females know how to raise more money than men do.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I have time for a closing question? Or you want me to wrap?
Of course.
Okay. And because it is, I think, is a very important question. Is coming from the people online and goes back to an opportunity and a gap that has been identified a few times. So the gap is fragmentation. We have heard it ample times. And the opportunity is places for innovation. I've heard it in particular from you, Roberto, from you, Marco. So why don't you take a stake to close this panel, asking the question, which are the very first steps that can be taken with Mind, in a place like Mind, to go towards reduction of fragmentation?
Well, I think that Marco has already alluded, is the fact that different companies that are even in competition in some areas, here we are willing to join our efforts, to join our resources, to join our competence in a competitive environment. Because we realize that if you want to implement or to develop, for instance, a digital innovation, I would say seldom you have the financial resources or even the competencies, all the competencies that you need to do this alone. It's much better if you find partners, private, public partners, and then you build up something that can be used in vertical then for other projects from each specific stakeholder. But working in this way, I think you can create really an environment that is helpful for everyone. I would like to add a comment, if you allow me, and this is an advice for all of us, not only for the startup. Don't be afraid of failures, because we learn much more from failures than from success. Although in these days, what is happening, maybe we say that we are not learning enough, but.
Thank you.
No, I would say very short answer. The first step, just sit, discuss, and you realize that 90% of the issues you're struggling are exactly the same. I mean, how you deal with data, how you deal with, creating evidence, how you valorize basically your drugs in this term. So once you recognize that, I think it's easier to find common pathway to work together. Here in mind, also thanks to Federated Innovation, we decided to go for defining a strategic agenda. So we identified some main topics and we basically prioritized them and started working with them together. So very easy way to proceed. Again, it's a learning curve. I mean, we are spending time. It's not probably, we are not used to work and to put something that is part of our companies together. We signed the NDA, but apart from the NDA is really confidence that brings, sharing ideas and sharing common knowledge. I think that is the first step.
Thank you. Thank you to all this amazing panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Letizia, stay here. And I ask also Laura Ferro, President, to come for closing remarks of this day. Thank you.
I go first? You go first?
The closing remarks. The closing remarks.
I'll say, so I'll do the pre-closing remarks.
Pre-closing remarks.
Thank you. And thank you for having me also for the closing remarks. As you know, I'm your plan B on behalf of Anthony, who could not, our colleagues from the EMEA Innovation Network, who could not make it today, but I'm really pleased and honored to be here giving some closing remarks. First, I would like to go back to a moment back in December. I think I came here with Marcella and with Fabio, and we were visiting this place and trying to think about the potential.
If you want also the same thing.
Fine to stand. The potential of places for innovation. And we said, okay, but what's the content? And I think today we realized a spotlight into the content of the innovation ecosystem in Italy, which I think is really, really sparkling. Is it exactly where we would like that to be? We've heard a lot of various indicators. Some are very positive. Some are obviously not yet at a global competitive scale, but there's growth coming, so that remains very positive. And I think my closing remark is about what I have understood being the success recipe. If we want to go back into what are the basic ingredients that needs to work together to the highest intensity of collaboration to create that critical mass that we heard today has been repeated several times, and to overcome the fragmentation issue. And I have three. Academia as a generator of solid IP and talent is the one ingredient. Public investment, incredibly important to build solid infrastructures against an even more solid life science strategy or industrial strategy. And then the private investment. And we've heard the appetite of private industry. We see the VC investment going up double digit. And so while everything might not be yet there at the tipping point, everything is growing. So for me, this was an amazing realization of how sparkling this ecosystem is growing. And thank you so much for having us and giving us the opportunity to switch on the light today. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you have done my job, so it's very easy for me. But beside the fact that for me, it's a great honor to be here and to have the opportunity to close, to make the closing remark of this day. I would like to speak, I don't have to show any data. I have to speak about concept. So one of the concepts of this nation, I mean Italy, is the fact that we were very hurt by the pandemic. We had a lot of losses. So in my opinion, the perception of the importance of the innovation has completely changed among the population of this country. The second thing, we heard today many times speak about ecosystem. I think this is a very important, is kind of mantra of what is needed to do. And also another point that I don't want to summarize all the point, all the input we received today, because I have launched the idea to Fabio to write a kind of executive summary of the day. And so I want to underline two aspects. One is, and also was also mentioned before during the panel, when we talk about innovation, the first thing we have to ask ourselves is how much this innovation could be either a product or a service really improves people's quality of life. So I think it's very important to have a real innovation. So that can change the story of the life of the patient or the people. And moreover, how much such innovation on the long run is sustainable type of innovation. This is also something that we have heard before. We live in an ecosystem which must take these two aspects in serious considerations. And also, innovation must rapidly be pushed forward along the value chain of the tech transfer. We cannot be really competitive if the infrastructure supporting the exploitation of life science innovation is slow. And this happens quite often in our country. It's like running a race where the rest of the world competes on a Ferrari while we run on a bus. And we are the maker of the Ferrari. So why don't we use the Ferrari? Innovation, in order to develop correctly, need an ecosystem which engages with a multitude of players. This is the reason why Bio4Dreams was born, as Fabio explained in a very excellent way today, to catalyze the development of such an ecosystem. We were born as a privately owned incubator vertical in the life science sector because we believed that this is the right time and the right place where to start this adventure, still keeping a global vision. So this is why we decided to found in 2017, Fabio, am I correct? Bio4Dreams. Today, we receive a lot of input from the representative of big companies. We heard successful story of startups and excellence in research. In my opinion, this country is mature enough to increase research investment, even though some processes still must be speeded up, as was discussed earlier today. Time is not just a matter of money. Time is also a matter of being able to arrive on time to take a specific problem, like these 2 last years of pandemics have taught us. And to arrive on time is very important and is the, how can I say, the critical point in this country. For example, we have a terrible bureaucracy. We have to change the mindset of the bureaucrats. And also, for example, we have a lot to do with, for example, the ethical committees. These are too many in our countries. They have a very long period for decision. So this is something that we must improve. So my duty today is to leave you some takeaway comments from the whole day of discussion. Okay, thanks. And also to launch the idea that we want to replicate this event every year in order to create a recurrent meeting opportunity to monitor the level of innovation in Italy. It's quite a huge program, but we want to have this recurrency meeting every year. So the main question, one of the 2 main questions is why in Italy? Why invest in Italy? And the other one is why to invest now? So why in Italy? Because there is a cultural change. There is a significant change in the mindset of researchers and tech transfer stakeholders, focusing on developing useful research with a clear path forward for its development. Vertical incubators are on the rise. We are witnessing the birth of several thematic incubators, such as Bio4Dreams, dedicated vertically on life science. This, we cannot compete with the incubator of J&J, of sure. I was a bit depressed.
Can partner.
Yeah, we have absolutely to partner.
We don't need to compete.
Yeah. No, to compete is, I don't think, I can't even think to compete with your, okay. So, and this favors the clustering of niche expertise that's often innovative startups, a fertile ground in which to speed up their innovation. There are thematic VC running deals with international partners. We see every day that there are some new fundraising, capital increase, in joint partnership with Italian funds and international funds. And this is interesting, more efficient public-private partnership. There is a significant awareness growing in the country that more efficient public-private partnerships are needed in order to create a common understanding on how to handle and exploit innovation. The innovation district being created at MAD is a beautiful example, as we saw before, as we heard before, of a public-private, multi-branded, multi-thematic effort to create shared procedures and best practice around innovation. Why now? In our opinion, because the pandemic necessitates fast and efficient drug development. Because financial opportunities are available, there has never been before such a structured cash wave coming in the country aimed at fostering best practices on innovation. And think big. Transversal approach to the tech transfer is emerging. What do I mean? I mean that there is also a cultural change in our entrepreneurial ecosystem. They are starting thinking global since the beginning of the project. And also, there is a difference in the propensity for risk in this country. I don't speak of venture capital funds. I speak about the family offices, institution like foundation, bank foundation, some structure like this. So there is something that has changed, and they are more, they are less risk adverse. Okay. And sustainable improvement of healthcare through strategic collaboration. I mean, this is also, again, the concept of a critical mass. We have to reach a critical mass. We have heard a lot of words today, repeated 1,000 times, ecosystem, critical mass, innovation. So I think with this, I would like to thank all the participants at this workshop. And I want also to special mention the Bio4Dreams team. And I want to thank all of them. And so see you next year.